So I would like to say a proper hello to everybody here, and I would like to welcome you to the Coaching Career Day, our second day of this fabulous 3-day global coaching conference powered by Cosmoleadership, the first non-profit in the world to promote best leadership and recruitment practices in corporate workplaces. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Prokopi, and I'm really excited today because I know that many people need all these tips and all this knowledge that our amazing coaches and speakers and leaders are going to share today, especially after what we have all experienced and endured over the last 18 months due to the pandemic. This conference, I think, is like a breeze of fresh air. So it's time to share ideas, to spread positivity and help each other, especially in our careers and job-seeking path and job-seeking journey. So we have several speakers today coming from Greece, Germany, the United States, and the United Kingdom. And I would like to thank them all, as this conference would never come to life if it wasn't for them. And I would also like to thank two very, very great ladies who have helped me immensely in organizing this event, Alexandra Kakoliri and Theodora Pavlidou, who are digital marketing specialists and have helped a lot with the promotion of the event, the creation of our speakers passes and everything, and of course, spreading their own positivity in this and sprinkling happiness. So before moving on, I would like to tell you the weather in Greece, in Athens, where I am, is terrible. It rains very heavily. And usually in Greece, when the weather is that bad, we have technical issues. So please bear with us if there are any technical issues. Usually they don't last for hours, they only last for a few minutes. I believe that everything will run smoothly, but just in case we have some problems, I would like to give you the heads up. For example, the first speaker, we had a brief conversation a few minutes ago because she also had some power cuts. So I would like to ask for your understanding. And so today, Career Coaching Day, it's the day we're going to explore why personality and psychology are the two pillars of success. We will understand burnout when working from home. We will find out the secret ingredient to make our job applications great and how you can discover your ikigai, that is a job you love, and how to work yourself happy while you tune into your job-seeking journey. Today, we will learn how we can land our dream job through effective resume and interview coaching, and also how important mentors, sponsors, and coaches really are, while you will understand how you can get unstuck and finally become happy at work. So hopefully we will all be ready in a few minutes because I would like to stick to the schedule and we have 4 minutes left. Just a reminder that you can type any questions you have in the chat box on your right. And at the end of the day, I will send you a voting form where you can vote for your favorite speaker today, for the one who inspired you the most. Any questions or comments or anything you'd like to share, feel free to share it in the chat. Any questions regarding the sessions, I will pass them to the speakers. So thank you very much for being here today. It's really lovely to see you here. As I've said, we have a few minutes, so you can get a coffee, you can get some water, and we'll start in 3 minutes. So I would like to welcome our first speaker, Eleni Tsitemidou from Greece, who is an innovative human resources manager who translates business vision into HR initiatives that improve performance, growth, and employee engagement, empowering leaders, supporting companies and top executives with a unique perspective and appreciation that human capital is every organization's greatest asset. Eleni has a bachelor's degree, an MBA, and a human resources diploma. And over the last years, she works at GuidePoint as an HR manager. She's very experienced in recruitment and selection, performance, benefits, and compensation. Having 7 years of experience in the HR field and having worked mostly in the areas of retail, media, and hospitality for Greek and international corporations like duty-free shops, Alpha Satellite Television, Four Seasons Hotels, Melia Hotels International. She now lives in Athens with her husband and their 2 cats. When Eleni is not working, she likes to serve the community through volunteering and exploring new cultures by traveling around the world. Eleni, hello. Hopefully we will make this.
I am here, Evie. Thank you so much for the introduction. Apologies to everyone. Today, as Evie said before, we have such a bad weather today, many cutouts, and right now have a really poor connection. This is why I cannot open my camera, unfortunately, to see you all. Yes, I'm Eleni. I'm HR manager of Gay Point Athens, and today we will share with you personality projection tips during interviews and how you can maintain a positive psychology throughout the job research.
Eleni, do you think you can share your screen, or
yes, I will. Give me a moment. Yeah. Do you see it now?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. One moment. Maybe now it's better. Better now?
We can see it. Great. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yes. As I was saying, today we will share with you personality projection tips during interviews and how you can maintain a positive psychology throughout the job research. The combination of those two can make you succeed your goals. You have already achieved the first step, which is to call you for an interview. But how I can stand out from the other candidates throughout the interview process? Your personality is the secret ingredient of the recipe. So first, let's start with how you can get your personality across in interviews. Step 1. Remember to smile. Personality can be revealed throughout your smile. For example, if you come into the interview with a great big smile, you may be seen as a very happy, fun-loving person, which may be your true personality. If, however, you are a very serious, stern individual, showing your naturally reversed smile will portray your seriousness. Whichever the case may be, starting your interview with a genuine smile will help you build rapport, feel more relaxed, display your personality, and possibly show off your confidence. Step 2, be yourself, but remain professional. You may be eccentric or have a strange sense of humor. It's okay sometimes to reveal this in an interview. However, you must remember to remain professional, and sometimes that means toning it down. Don't forget why you are really in the interview. Remember, the point is to showcase your strengths and personality that will prove you are the right person for the job. The best advice here is to think before you say or do something that may be a little bit over the top for an interview. You don't want the interviewer to end the interview thinking, wow, what just happened in there? You want them to think this person can do the job and will fit in just fine. Step 3, exhibit calm confidence. If you are overly confident, you could come off as arrogant, as someone who thinks they're better than others. However, showing that you're self-confident is charming. You build rapport with your interviewer where you make eye contact, maintain open body language with upright posture and use friendly facial expressions. These things are small but effective ways to express confidence. The more you show that you are happy to be you, the more person will be happy to be with you and possibly even hire you. Step 4, be engaging. Only answering questions in a robotic way is not professional. It's boring. To create a connection with the hiring manager, stay animated when you answer questions. Be creative in the words you use and ideas you express. If you do, will come across as a dynamic and well-rounded individual. When you are excited about what you are talking about, your interviewer will be too. Step 5. Answer interview questions by giving relevant examples that show your personality and showcase your unique characteristics. The best way to answer interview questions is by also providing examples to back up your claims to be able to do the job. To show your personality, you can choose examples that will explain how your personality contributes to your actions and helps you succeed. For example, tell your interviewer about the time when you ran a contest for your team to reduce the amount of errors in their reports by rewarding the person with the least amount of errors after 2 weeks with a free lunch. This can show the interviewer that you have a unique personality with the ability to motivate your team in a fun way. Ask specific questions. The type of questions you ask in your interview will reveal a lot about you as a person. They'll reveal your values, interests, and passions. Not only that asking specific questions creates more of a dialogue between you and your interviewer in a way where it will make you both feel more relaxed and engaged in the conversation you're having. The bonus here is that when you ask questions, you really want to know the answers to. You learn more about the role and get a feel for how much you really gel with the company you're applying to. In a few words, in each of your answers, express aspects of your personality and be the best version of yourself the interview day. Now, let's talk about psychology and how important it is to maintain ourselves positive throughout the job searching times. A job search can take you through a roller coaster of emotions. On one hand, it's an exciting time full of possibility and hope for the future. And you may be excited about the prospect of challenging yourself to do something different. On the other hand, if your search is going on for longer than you expected, and you aren't getting the responses you were hoping for, then you may find yourself getting down or frustrated or even angry. If this happens and you find yourself getting stuck in a bit of a rut, then try to remember that you aren't alone. There are thousands of other people out there feeling the same way. And the good news is there are plenty of things that you can do to turn your frustration into something positive and start getting the most out of every day. The first advice here is to start setting manageable goals and tackle one at a time. If you break down the end goal of landing your ideal job into smaller tasks based around things that are completely within your control, then chances are you'll feel more accomplished and positive as a result. For example, let's say 1 week you may aim to complete a short course that's relevant to the job you want to do. And the following week, you may aim to create 2 cover letters and attend a job fair. The most helpful thing to focus on is creating the conditions for job search success instead of getting too hung up the outcome of the process. By steadily setting yourself small achievable goals and completing them one at a time, you'll gain a strong sense of achievement, boost your confidence, and give yourself a much greater chance of landing the job that you want to. The second advice is to start creating a routine for yourself. Having a routine is important for many reasons, but most importantly, it helps us foster good habits and eradicate bad ones. If you're currently unemployed or searching for work, then a lack of direction and purpose can leave you feeling lost and demotivated. If you are out of work and searching for a new role, it's likely that you will have a fair amount of time on your hands. To avoid that extra time becoming a point of frustration and something to fear, It's often helpful to create a productive routine to suit you. Although looking for work is important, try not to devote all of your time to job hunting, as this will not necessarily speed up the process. Instead, try allocating a new hours a day to your job search, whether this is by updating your CV, writing a cover letter, or gaining additional experience or qualifications that you are aid your search. And try to spend the rest of your time looking after you. Our third advice is quality over quantity. We mean here that putting yourself out there and applying for lots of opportunities is a good thing. It's important to adopt the principle, though, of quality over quantity. If you rush your applications, don't include cover letters or simply send out generic applications to multiply employers, will be more likely to make mistakes, which could lead to you being declined for interview. This, let's say, quick fire process also makes it difficult to keep track of everything that you've applied for, which makes following up on your applications more tricky. In situations like this, it can feel like you aren't making progress, and this cycle can become very disheartening. However, by focusing on the principle of quality, you're less likely to overwhelm yourself and more likely to get a positive response from employers. You can see that you really want to work with them and that your application is thoughtful and considered. And people throughout our experience always tell us that they typically feel much more positive and hopeful about a very relevant and personal application that they look the time to write properly. Our fourth advice is to spend time connecting with friends and family. If you are missing the socialization that you would usually get from your job, then try to think about other ways that you can be sociable instead. Many people find that the easiest way to do this is to incorporate regular visits or phone calls to friends or family into their routine. Humans are social creatures, so there's nothing wrong with admitting to yourself or others that you're feeling short of company before venturing out to find it. You could also try meeting like-minded people by going to an online class that teaches something that you're passionate about, like art, yoga, photography, etc. Putting yourself into new situations like this will boost your confidence, and if you approach your new connections with an open mind, you never know where your next opportunity might come from. Next, we advise don't dwell on one job. Throughout your job research, you may come across one or more opportunities that you really want more than the rest. And while it's healthy to get excited about the possibility of getting chosen for these opportunities, try to remember that even if you don't, there will always be other openings and that the right job for you is out there somewhere. Put time and effort into your applications, but don't hang out waiting for a single response. Apply for other attractive prospects in the meantime and keep your options open. Also, you should do things that you love. If looking for a job is the first thing that you think about when you get up in the morning, then those thoughts could be what helps you to structure your daily routine. Try getting up early, making yourself a hot drink, and spending the morning getting a couple of really good quality job applications done. Once you've done this, why not put your job search out of your mind and use your afternoon and evening to look after yourself and do the things that will make you smile? It doesn't matter whether you choose to get stuck into something gardening or bond with your dog, just as long as it makes you feel good. And the better you feel, the more motivated you will feel in the hours you are looking for the job. Also, a good idea is volunteering. If you're feeling yourself really frustrated and anxious with the amount of time on your hands when you're not working on job application, then volunteering can be a great way to meet new people, learn some new skills, and feel good about helping others. Generally speaking, volunteering has no upper age limit, and as long as you're fit to carry out the tasks relevant to the role, then there's no reason why you can't get involved. Most charities and organizations will also pay part or all of your voluntary expenses, so there is no need to feel restricted by fear or cost. Also, try using positive affirmations. If you're used to assuming the worst about every situation, then perhaps you will try changing the way you think. Start telling yourself that you are good enough for the job and that you will find something eventually, even if things get tough. While it may sound too good to be true, positive affirmations are powerful and have been scientifically proven to have dramatic impacts on the brain. If you use them enough, then there is a good chance that you have a stronger belief in yourself and what you have offered. Also, spend time around positive people. It's not uncommon to start to feel negative if you spend a lot of time with people who can never find a silver lining or who don't appreciate the positive things in life. This is not to say that you should simply remove people like this from your life altogether, but try to give more of your free time to people who make you feel good and uplifting, and less time to people who just want to dwell on the negative changes or you feel better for it. And last but not least, seek help if you need it. If you're feeling particularly low, then it's a good idea to let someone know, whether it be a friend or family member or even a doctor or a counselor. Searching for a job often requires stamina, and we're humans, not robots. So if things don't go as planned, we can sometimes end up feeling angry, sad, or even hopeless. This is completely normal. And the important thing is that we don't let these feelings continue to build up. Other people may not realize how you're feeling until you speak up, but once you do, chances are you'll be a step closer to getting the support you need. And remember, by staying positive, looking after yourself, and taking small steps each day to help create the conditions for your job hunting success, you will be happier on the journey and ultimately more likely to find your next job sooner than later. That's all on my end, guys. Please feel free to ask me any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Eleni. It has been very informative and I believe very helpful to all the people here who want and need some of all these tips. You have given us a lot of advice, a lot of pieces of advice that will be useful. What I will keep from this presentation for sure is that positive attitude equals positive outcome. And as Buddha had said, what we think is what we become.
That's true, that's true. Totally agree with you.
And something else that I think supports this argument is also is coming from Dr. Bruce Lipton, who is a very famous biologist. And he has said that, and you said that we should use positive affirmations and think in a positive way. This biologist, Dr. Lipton, said that when we think of positive things, when we're talking about future dreams, of goals we want to achieve, then we secrete the happy hormones like oxytocin, dopamine, and we feel happier. And this also reduces stress. But on the other hand, if we if we're stuck in negative thinking, negative thoughts, then we secrete cortisol, which is the stress hormone. And yeah, I think you have covered everything.
Thanks. Yeah, well, the purpose is to help people today to get the job that they love, and trying to keep positive throughout this process, which many times can be really overwhelming for every human being. So hopefully today I help somehow, and I would like to have their feedback if they try all of these advices, which the outcome will be.
Of course, yes. Would you like to share any contact details with the people here? Maybe they would like to reach out to you.
Sure, but one moment. Right now I have also a connection, and I cannot see the chat right now, to be honest.
You can stop sharing your screen and see the chat if you like. I think it will be easier. Can you hear us?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I will write in the sorry. I will write at the chat my personal email as well, and my professional.
Great, thank you very much. And
feel free to contact me anytime that you wish.
Okay, thank you. Everyone, you can find Eleni's emails in the chat box, so feel free to keep them. Eleni, do you think that there is, well, I've heard that, in order to find a great job, you need to send that many applications. Do you have any statistics like that you would like to share with people? Is there anything like that? Are you familiar with any statistics like this?
No, only from a personal experience, if I can share with you. At my early age, when I was trying to develop myself and find a better job, I find myself hopeless. I was just sending my CV everywhere. And
I think we've all done that at some point in our lives.
So yeah, it has no outcome at all. I just feeling so low at that moment, and I don't know what else to do. Eventually, I realized that I have to focus more on quality. So I'm starting to do more serious research about the jobs that are open, what I really love to do, I maintain positive and had patience. So yes, eventually I had a job that I would love, and I was happy.
I think you said the magic word here. We need to be patient, and also we need to be persistent. We shouldn't give up.
That's true. That's true. Of course. This is also secret ingredients throughout our job research.
All right. Thank you very much for being here. And fortunately, the weather was good with us so far.
Yeah, that's true.
So thank you very much. You can stop sharing your screen, and you can have.
I'm trying to be honest, and no, I cannot do it. Yeah, okay, done it.
Great. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you for everything. All the best, all of you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. And now we will have a 5-minute break before we start with our next session, and you can have coffee or water, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. So we're back from our little break. Hope you had the time to get some water or some coffee, as some of you are. Well, I know it's very early in the morning over in the United States. I would like to welcome our next speaker coming from Greece, Mrs. Zoe Fragou, who is an organizational psychologist with a master's degree in human resource management. She's a clinical psychologist. She has a clinical psychologist license, a diploma in business coaching and mentorship, and a certificate in agile leadership. At the moment, she is a PhD candidate at Pantheon University in Greece, and her research is mainly focused on the psychometrics of the corporate culture. Alongside her academic interests, she is operating professionally in the full spectrum of her science, taking over projects of culture transformation, employee training and development, business coaching, personal branding, public speaking and writing for both private and corporate clients globally. Zoe is a mentor for Women on Top, a feministic organization trying to bring equality in the workspace, and a senior member of the Hellenic Institute of Coaching. And today, she's going to talk to us about the burnout and whether work from home is really the answer. Zoe, welcome. Thank you very much for being here today.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Hello, good evening to everyone from the super rainy Greece. What's happening today, Evie?
Well, fortunately, we didn't have any technical issues yet, but
yes, so
the sky has opened.
Yes, it's true. So good evening to everyone. I hope you enjoyed the previous presentation. It seemed very interesting to me, and it was also very positive. But right now together, we're going to go into a much darker place, and we're going to talk about burnout, which is not a very positive and happy topic, but it's a very serious one. Let me share my presentation with you. And okay, here. I think you can all see my presentation, right?
That's right.
Perfect. Okay, so let's talk about burnout. What is burnout for starts? In order to make the presentation more easy to be comprehended, I've followed a Q&A form, so you can easily see questions and we can immediately address them with the answers. So what is the burnout? It's a condition. It's a condition resulting from chronic workplace stress. So somebody can't have a burnout from the family. It's always related to business. That's when we use the term. And we have chronic workplace stress that hasn't been managed. It's a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by prolonged exposure to excessive stress. The key word here is prolonged. In order to have the burnout, we need to have the stress for a really long time when it comes to work. And now we're going to see how it happens and what's the symptoms. Okay, three main symptoms. For starts, feelings of energy depletion and exhaustion. So we feel really tired, we don't have the emotional, the mental, or the physical activity and capacity to do the things the way we used to do them. Increased mental distance from one's job or feelings negative towards one's career. That means that up to a point, we used to have a career that we cared about and we were really glad and we were experiencing positive emotions from this career. But after the burnout, we lose this touch anymore. And things that used to make us happy don't count anymore. Very typical when we're suffering from burnout is that even we achieve something and we achieve a goal and we have a big success, we don't even celebrate about it, or we take it for granted and we don't care, while we tend to over-focus on the failures that we have. And finally, reduced professional productivity. A person under burnout, there is something literal to the term, is a person burned. It's a person that can't work the way they used to work, they can't be as productive, they can't over-deliver. Other symptoms is overwhelming dread, loss of motivation, of course, blunted emotions, depersonalization. That's something that we find most commonly in anthropocentric professions, like, for example, a teacher or a doctor. And it's a condition having to do with people stop caring about other people the same way they used to care. For example, a doctor, especially during COVID, it's very common that used to have so many patients per day. After a while, patients start becoming people and they actually start to be numbers, like we lost one more today and we move on. So that's depersonalization, a feeling of emptiness, depression, and the general feeling of feeling too hard to get up from bed and go to work. Burnout is not a diagnosis, however. We won't find it in the DSM. Let's say, it's not a mental illness, but it is a mental health issue. Left untreated, it might lead to more serious conditions, like, for example, depression. But burnout per se is not a clinical diagnosis. Now, what causes burnout? First of all, lack of control. When I don't have any control about what I'm doing to work, this can be a cause from burnout. Unclear job expectations. I think that everyone that has ever worked at least once in their life has experienced this, especially in organizations with no clear structure, no clear hierarchy, no clear organogram. It's very common to suffer burnout because of that. Also, something that most people don't expect, and it might sound a bit weird, but it's actually true when it's happening, is that burnout is very often to new employees. People don't expect that because you'll say, this person is a new employee. When did he have the time to actually develop burnout? They just started working with us. But when a person is entering an organization where the structure isn't clear from scratch, then the amount of energy that this person is going to need in order to adapt to the new system is going to be massive. And alongside the new obligations and probably the nature of the work that also might take some getting used to, then this is also a condition that can create burnout. Dysfunctional workplace dynamics, that's easy to understand, conflict, gossip, negativity, extremes of activity, lack of social support, when we don't feel like we have someone to confide in, or the situation at home isn't very helpful also, that can also work as a factor that makes the situation in work even worse. Work-life imbalance, lack of proper resources or training, that's also very common. Starting a new job without having any official material or any official training, so you end up not knowing exactly where to address to, who's going to help you, what you need to do. And of course, shortage of constructive feedback. It's very common that what managers, and especially in Greece, because in Greece we still, all these sciences are very new still, what they consider feedback is coming to you and tell to you what you haven't done well. Well, that's not feedback, that's actually judgment, being judgmental. Feedback should always involve positive attributes, negative attributes, and a proposition to improve, a proposition to get better. If I just come to you and tell you, oh, I don't like how you did that report, that's not feedback. That's just me judging you. And I believe personally that judgment doesn't have a place in work reality. Now, do we have any early signs of burnout? It starts with fatigue, like I'm very tired, it's hard for me to go to work. Lack of concentration, energy, effectiveness. Cynicism. How does cynicism demonstrate in the workplace? Who cares if we lose this client? It's not that important, I'll do it later. Yes, I missed the deadline, but nothing happens. Even if I do everything right, nobody seems to care anyway. Nobody really rewards good behavior around here. These are examples. Depersonalization, like we said, detachment, increased frustration and irritability, and substance misuse. In the early stages of burnout, substance misuse is actually quite common, where people start taking, let's say, supplements to help them sleep because they suffer from too much stress and they can't sleep, or supplements or kind of pills to relax and feel better at home, or even alcohol. It's very usual also, people that start kind of drinking at work or every day after work in order to relax. And coffee. That's something we usually forget about that, but coffee addiction is also very serious when we overdo it in order to take up more projects and work even more and maintain our productivity in the same levels. Now, can burnout occur from working from home? We still don't have many data from what happened with COVID because we're still inside it, but actually it seems like there were many cases of burnout during COVID. And why is that? Many reasons, we'll see them a bit later. Let's start with how it manifests for start. Like we said, easily upset or angry, lack of concentration, people feel inconvenient, hopelessness, disengagement, withdrawal, they seem demoralized and stressed out. Absenteeism. What is absenteeism? It's a term and a variable and an HR metric. Most companies actually calculate absenteeism so that they know what's the situation with their employees. And it's actually the variable showing to us how many people don't come to work for not official reasons. When I have a leave, it's normal not to go to work, but absenteeism has to do with suddenly I woke up in the morning and I didn't feel like going to work. I couldn't be there. I couldn't go there. So I just called and said, I'm sick today. I won't come. So this is the variable showing to us how often people don't show up at work. Now, how is COVID and burnout related? These are the three main factors, but there are some more that we will discuss. For starts, coronavirus brought a lot of stress in our reality. So imagine people that already had a lot of stress during their work times, and now this extra stress came to add to the whole experience. So people that wouldn't normally experience burnout, because of the extra stress, now it's more possible for them to experience burnout. Second of all, remote working, new routine, childcare. People didn't have official office space, many people, so they had to find a way to work and adapt, and this wasn't easy. Many companies didn't actually provide anything to them, so they had to figure it out. Parents, they suddenly have to work from home and take care of the house and also take care of the children and help them study remotely, and especially really young children, that was even difficult for them and they couldn't. So that was very stressing also. The healthcare workers, of course, they're a category in their own. The situation there was extreme, as you can all imagine. But another thing that happened during COVID was that most of the companies actually expected you to work more. Why? Because you were all day at home. So what else, what better did you have to do? So even before you could put an end and the boundary, because there was a physical boundary, you had to leave office at some point. Now there was no physical boundary. So people had to create boundaries actively in order to stop working. And this was very hard for many. If your boss calls you at 8 or 9 in the night, it's like, what else do you have to do? Please answer this proposal now. People that had never put active boundaries on their own, now they were found in a situation for which they weren't even trained. So that also made it worse. Let's see now, burnout stages. The first stage, the first step, is compassion to prove oneself. When we feel like we constantly have to prove ourselves, otherwise we're worthless, we're not doing something right, we don't understand where we lack, but we do understand that we lack at something, and that creates agony. Then we start working even harder in order to manage to close that gap and become even better, to the point that we can be workaholics and work addicts. We neglect our needs. We stop taking care of ourselves and our personal needs, relaxation, health, everything has to do about work, to the point that we become obsessive about work and we only talk about it and think about it. Then it's a displacement of conflicts. We start blaming others and we become easily irritated, and we accuse everyone else for the situation, and we are always focusing on problems but never on solutions. Then there's a revision of values, and we start feeling that our families and our partners and our friends aren't as important as our career. Denial of emerging problems. This is a phase where, although we do have a situation, we deny that there's a situation, so we don't recognize it, so we just let it escalate and become even worse. And we also start feeling bad. Then we have withdrawal. That's easier to understand. We withdraw ourselves, we become distant. We start forming many odd behavioral changes, like we become even more impatient or aggressive, or behaviors that don't really characterize us. We start doing things that we wouldn't normally do, but now we start acting out, as we should say usually in psychology. Depersonalization again, inner emptiness, and then if we completely let it, we start looking like a depressed person, and then we have official burnout syndrome, total mental and physical collapse, and time for full medical attention. Because if we found ourselves to the burnout stage, then we absolutely need to start seeing a therapist. And that is why always prognosis is more important. Taking care of the situation and preventing them from happening is far more important than treating them after they have happened. So what is it? What do I have? Is it burnout, stress, or depression? The burnout is excessive and prolonged stress, and it's work-related. Stress is for a shorter period of time, and it's very specific. So right now, tomorrow I have an exam, or I have to complete a report, and that's causing me stress for this week because I have to prepare it. I can name it. When we're talking about burnout, we can't really name it. I can't tell you what's this one thing that is on my mind. It's everything. And I feel like drowning, and I can't save myself. And then the next step is depression. Some common symptoms in depression that we don't usually have in burnout is self-injury or suicidal thoughts, but burnout can actually lead to depression. Fun fact is that I was reading recently that 15% of the suicides in Sweden are caused of burnout, are a result of burnout. Let's see what else. Now, how can I treat burnout? Evaluate your options. No matter how stuck you feel in a situation, you can always do something. And if you can't do something, ask for help. Asking for help is not a sign of weakness, it's actually a sign of strength. I understand my limitations, I validate my limitations, and I act on them. Seek support. Try a relaxing activity, get exercise, get sleep, mindfulness, seek treatment from a health professional. All these, as you can see, have to do with what? With taking care of ourselves and other parts of ourselves outside work. Work is only one part of our identity, a very strong one. I mean, I'm an organizational psychologist. I literally did the work, my profession, so I take it seriously. But it's still one aspect of one's personality, not the full personality. How can I reduce burnout from home working? For starters, set a working space. If we work from home, having an office routine at home is crucial for maintaining mental stability. We need to have a chair that works for us and an office that works for us and quietness, and create a situation that resembles the office we've been used to. Set working hours. I work 10 to 6, and also communicate these working hours so that everyone knows when to search for you professionally and when you're not working anymore. Schedule and prioritize, of course. Take breaks. The fact that you're at home doesn't mean that you shouldn't have a lunch break. And it's harder to do it. So you have to be proactive about it. You have to actually put it on your calendar and say, at 2, I stop, I take a walk. Because if you don't do it, it's very easy to, get drawn into the work reality and the stuff that you have to do and completely forget about it. Communicate regularly with colleagues. The colleagues should be our support system. They're going through what we go through. So if you have a good relationship with your colleagues, put them in the situation, talk to them, call them on Zoom, have them by your side so you can chat while you're working on something. And if you don't have a good relationship with your colleagues, that's also something that needs to be worked on. Like we said before, we always evaluate our options. We don't take stuff that we don't like for granted. We can always change them. Spend quality time with family and friends. Make yourself a reward system and exercise. The reward system is very crucial also when we work from home, because when we don't work from home and we're actually in the office, it's much easier to say, oh, I need to buy something for myself, or let me go and get an ice cream now that I finished that. At home, we need to push it to do it. So put it also on your calendar. I'm sorry, somebody wrote something. Yes, I will read all your questions in the end. Now, how can I balance work life? Let go of perfectionism. Set boundaries. Start practicing how to say no. Boundaries is always a key word. Prioritize your health, unplug, take vacations, ask for help if you need it. If something stays from this slide, it's the boundaries. It's always the most important thing. Saying no or saying what we don't like is much important in work reality. And the most important thing is to always set these boundaries up front. When something bad happens, a bad behavior, we need to control this bad behavior when it manifests for the first time, because it's still small and I can control how I react to it. But if I let it be and be like, okay, yeah, he just did this bad thing one time, then it certainly escalates. And then, well, I will finally have to respond to it. Usually I respond in a much bigger way than I would have responded the first time it happened. Because what I actually do is I let these things build up inside my head. And I'm like, I didn't stop this bad behavior the first time, the second, the third. So the fourth, I have an explosion. But at that specific time, my explosion isn't justified to the one thing that this person did that one time. Because in their mind, they might have no idea why I'm so mad, why I'm overreacting. So the key here is that always set boundaries, and always set boundaries up front the first time something shows up and you find irritating or annoying. How to prevent burnout? Everything we've said helps, and also practice on effective communication, like we said right now. I speak up, I let people know what I need, because only if I let people know what I need, I can judge and evaluate, did they respond or did they not? I can't expect people to guess what I need. I need to be open about it, and especially colleagues. Create realistic goals and expectations, weigh priorities, learn stress coping strategies, self-care, get plenty of sleep, and reach out to those you're closest to and open up. And open up about the situations. Going a bit back, I completely understand that setting boundaries in the workspace is very, very difficult, and especially nowadays. It's very difficult nowadays because there are some things that years ago we wouldn't have. For example, corporate phones. What does this mean? That everybody expects from you to pick up the phone in the night or read an email that came at 10 in the night, and you have to have an opinion at 8 in the morning. Another thing is social media. Some years ago, when I would leave work, I wouldn't think of my manager again. But now, while I'm relaxing, I might see a picture of his son or a picture of his birthday party or a story. It requires more effort, and it requires more active effort than it used to, because it has become harder. But having said that, I still believe that mental health is a responsibility and a choice that we need to take every day. Every single day we wake up, we need to take the active choice of being mentally healthy one more day. And I think that was it. Let me turn off my presentation and answer your questions now.
Thank you very much, Zoe, for this presentation. It has been very helpful. I think many people sometimes reach their limits, and burnout is a very serious condition. Actually, I was wondering if one actually gets a burnout, do you know how long does it take them to recover?
A long time, and it actually changes the brain. It has been noted in MRIs that people that have been through burnout actually have the same brain change as people that have been through severe trauma. So if we actually get to burnout, it will take a long time, and that's why we need to act before getting to the burnout. And it's not something we can handle on our own. We need to ask for help, and we need to ask for professional help if we get there.
So if I understand correctly, even if someone recovers, they may also relapse.
Yes, they might relapse, especially if they don't do significant life changes. Because it's not about the burnout per se, it's about the circumstances that led to the person having the burnout. It's a much bigger picture that is formed. This person that ended up having the burnout doesn't know how to put boundaries, doesn't speak up, doesn't go and say, hello, boss, this is too much for me. I need 1 day off. See you on Monday. Mm-hmm. So it's much bigger. It requires a whole personal training mindset towards health.
Mm-hmm. And I think it's, well, you said, you talked about the importance of setting boundaries. And I think it will be very helpful to, first of all, respect our own boundaries. We should never trespass our boundaries for anyone, because then we will kind of tell them that, okay, I don't have boundaries, I don't care about my time. And we should always, I guess, respect other people's boundaries as well.
What you said now is very important, actually, Evie, because most of the people, unfortunately, don't know what their boundaries are. You ask them, what's your value? Tell me one value you would never break for anyone, one thing. And they usually tell you very superficial stuff that after 15 minutes, you can tell them 5 examples of how they broke this value. So if you don't know yourself, then of course you can't set boundaries, but it's still your responsibility to respect the boundaries of other people, because they may know theirs. So it's 50-50, 50% take care of my boundaries, 50% not violating others.
Actually, you said in the very beginning that the burnout, the definition of burnout is always related to work. But from what I understood from your presentation, basically it is related to work, but it can be affected by other things in life. So if we are very anxious about other things, this can have an impact on...
Yes, unfortunately, stress has a tendency to add up. So it's like, I'll translate directly in Greek, and I'm sorry because I have this tendency. In Greece, we say like the small cherry on top. I don't know if you
I think it's the same in English.
Ah, perfect. So sometimes it's just a small cherry on top of things. Like I am going through a hard breakup, and I am also a bit sick, and all this stress is up, and I also have a lot of stress at work, and then COVID happens, so that adds up, and that leads to burnout. So yes, it also has a tendency to.
You can see some of the comments in the chat box. There are no questions, but I actually, since this is really
the cherry and the icing on the cake. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have another question actually. You talked about being a work addict, basically to prove ourselves. Do you think that, because I've talked to many people who have suffered from the imposter syndrome, do you think that this is related? So someone with the imposter syndrome may become a work addict and may end up with a burnout?
Of course, and it's also our culture nowadays doesn't help at all. I believe that it's our era's plague, the toxic positivity culture, which is this situation where I always feel that I need to be positive and I always need to be happy and I can do everything and you can do everything. And no, sometimes you can't do something and there's nothing wrong with that because not everyone can do anything and not at every time. But if we don't learn how to validate our emotions and our negative emotions as well, that's what leads to burnout and that's what leads to depression. Sometimes I'm angry. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not a negative emotion that only creates conflict. It's an emotion that has power and strength that produces change. So I need to take seriously into consideration this anger, sit down and say, why am I angry with that? I need to work on that. I need to set better boundaries, or I need to change. I need to adapt. But if I force myself to believe that nothing's wrong is happening, I'm perfect, and no, that's not anger. Let's rationalize it a little. It's not really anger. I think I need to look at things at a different perspective. So, of course, validate your emotions, no matter what these emotions are. If you feel it, there's a reason you feel it. Stick to your instincts.
This is very helpful. We have a question. When burnout starts to creep in, how can we recognize it and try to avoid it?
We said that there are some early stages in which you basically have a lot of work cynicism and you're feeling tired. Then maybe there is substance misuse. We start drinking more, we can relax, and then we start being more obsessed and feel bad about ourselves. And all of these emotions, if you start experiencing for a period more of 6 months, then that's a bell. It's a red flag, something's happening there. You might not be in burnout yet, but for sure you are in an environment where you're not feeling comfortable and healthy. So you need to change something.
Zoe, thank you very much for this session. It has been very, very informative, and hopefully it will be very helpful to everyone here.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here, and I hope that you're going to enjoy all of the sessions and learn many important things.
Thank you.
The best. Feel free to contact me, of course. I'm on LinkedIn. That's my name, the way you see it right here. It's also on LinkedIn. So if anyone has extra things we want to talk about, feel free to contact me.
Thank you very much. Have a nice rest of the day and hopefully not so rainy.
Yes, let's see. Take care, everyone. Goodbye. It was nice to be here. Bye, Abby.
Bye-bye. I now would like to welcome our next speaker, who's coming from Germany. Her name, I'm probably going to pronounce it, to mispronounce it. I think it's, well, the first name is Sarah, the last name is Grötzinger, something like that, but she will tell us her last name. For 10 years, Sarah has worked in recruiting, talent management, and human resource marketing. During that time, she scanned more than 20,000 applications, conducted over 2,000 interviews, and hired several hundred German as well as international engineers and technical experts on all levels, mainly for the automotive industry. And after further education as a certified coach and trainer, she has empowered over 100 clients to take the next step in their careers in Germany. She does this by supporting them to find their life vision, values, motivation, and strengths, while she also provides hands-on support with their job search strategy, application documents, and interview preparation. It would be her pleasure to help you next, and she's going to tell us the secret ingredient to turn your application documents from good to great. So Sarah, welcome, and please excuse me if I mispronounce your name.
No, you actually said it very well. So thank you for the great introduction, Evie. Hi, everybody. Yeah, that's why I'm always happy for everyone to just call me Sarah. I know that Grötzinger, that's the surname in German, but you nearly pronounce it like that. It's hard to say for a lot of internationals. So I'm talking to you today from the edge of the Black Forest. I guess this is a region that is known throughout the world. Let me start with sharing my screen. And while Zoe was giving her amazing talk, I've been thinking hard, how can we now make the transition from burnout to application documents? But come on, once you know yourself well, can you actually hear me? Because my screen has gotten stuck.
We can hear you. We can see your screen. Yeah, I think we had a small interruption for a few seconds, but now we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I can't really do anything with the presentation at the moment. It's just a little bit stuck, but it's coming back now. Okay, very good. Perfect. I've been thinking make the transition from burnout to application documents, but I think you'll see in my talk, it's all about knowing yourself well. And I think this is something Zoe also said, that when you know yourself well and know your personality, then this is also something that might prevent burnout. So welcome to my talk about the secret ingredients to turn your application documents from good to great. Okay, it's not stuck anymore. Good. So what makes your application documents great? A lot of people think it's actually having a very stylish template, but does it get any better the fancier it is? My clear answer to that is no, that's not it. So do you think it's a big list of achievements? The longer it is, the better? You might guess it's also not it. Is it a very expensively designed application document? You know that nowadays you can just send out all your documents to designers on Fiverr or other platforms, and they'll do them for you in a very fancy way. And sometimes it's very costly, but I strongly believe this is also not it. So what is it? What are the real secret ingredients that make your application documents great and stick out of the crowd? This is what we're looking at in the next 25 minutes. So our goals are to understand what the wow ingredients are for your application documents, how to discover them in you, and learn where they go in your application documents and actually in the whole process. Feel free to take screenshots if anything appeals to you or you want to save for later. When you see this sign, this is things that I have marked as maybe worthwhile for keeping in mind. And here, I'm actually already revealing the secret. The only thing that makes you different from everybody else in the world is you. So only you and your unique personality can be a true wow factor and is actually already the secret ingredient for your application documents. Now, the only thing we need to talk about and maybe evaluate is how do you get your personality on paper, because that is the slightly harder part. So let's start with our first ingredient. That is a part of your personality, and that is your USP. So your USP is from marketing talk, who's familiar with it, unique selling proposition. Here you can just translate it as your unique strengths. So let's take a look in the mirror and discover what makes you unique. What makes you who you are? there are a lot of things that influence us from early childhood stages on. These are things like our upbringing, our family, our culture, our language, but it's also things like our hobbies, things we just do, and the experiences we have. So things we see, no matter if it's work experience, travel experience, experiences we have with friends. These are all facts that make us unique, and we truly need to embrace our uniqueness. There might be people with exactly the same work experience or the same education like yourself, but nobody ever does things the exact way you do them. So how can we discover your unique strengths? There's two ways. One of them is looking inside, so going into self-reflection. And I would actually strongly recommend everyone to do that, no matter if you're job searching or not. It's always great to be aware of your own strengths. So I would suggest a simple exercise. Sit down, brainstorm, come up with a long list of all your strengths. And if you do that with a friend or even with a coach, it helps to just have a person next to you who asks what else, to keep you going and make sure you only stop once you've found out about all your strengths. But let's also look a little bit at asking outside. We all have our blind spots, and that's why it really helps to get an outside perspective on our strengths. And here I suggest a very simple method of doing strength interviews. At least that's what I call them. So use these 3 questions that you see on this slide and conduct a minimum of 4 strength interviews with people like your colleagues, managers, former managers, but also people from family or your circle of friends. So make sure it's at least 4 to get a broader picture. And that also helps you to connect common themes. So there will be strengths that will be mentioned more than just once. And then you'll notice that these are your core strengths because these are what people really see in you. So what are the 3 questions? The first one is simply, what strengths do you see in me? So let them name a few strengths. And the second one to follow up is, can you name some situations where you experience those strengths? This helps you to get a better understanding of what they're saying and for you to actually have stories in mind where people have seen these strengths in you. And the third question you can ask is, what would you ask my advice about? And this gives you a clue where people see you as an expert at. And with this, with your self-reflection and outside perspective, you get a really round picture of all your strengths. But now, how do you get them in your application documents? Once you figured out what your strengths are, it's actually time to use them in your CV. And here's a very easy example. In Germany, we actually still use pictures on CVs in case any of the Americans here are wondering. It's really normal to have a picture. Your strengths, they can very easily be part of your profile summary. So these are the things that I've highlighted in bold here. That is a great place where to highlight and to put them. But of course, they will come up as part of your interview as well. And you can mention them at certain places in the cover letter. So that was the first secret ingredient. Let's look at a few more. The second one is your motivation. And in any interview, you can probably always expect the question, what motivates you to do this job? So let's be prepared and use this to our advantage from the very beginning. So our motivation is basically the answer to the question, why am I applying to this job? What makes me want to do this? And let's figure out our motivation again using 2 very simple questions that I find help very much if you're trying to figure out your motivation. by yourself in self-reflection. So the answers to these questions will help you to figure out the core of why you're applying. Think about, what would the 10-year-old you think about this job? The reason why we're looking back into childhood is that as a child, you usually have some sort of idea what you would like to do in your future. You usually have dream jobs and things that excite you. So if you assume the childhood perspective, you can easily figure out if the job you're currently going for excites you and if it brings out a little bit of that spark you had during childhood. And the other way works as well. So the next question, what would the 80-year-old you say when you look back on the impacts this job made on you, on the company, or even on the whole world? So here we're taking we're moving forward into the future, and we're trying to figure out the purpose of the job and the impact we personally see the job will make on ourselves, the company, or even on the whole world. And if you find it extremely hard to come up with an answer for this question, this might actually be a hint already that you do not see a lot of purpose and fulfillment in this job and might want to have second thoughts about if you really want to go for it. So now that we know what our motivation is, where do we put it? A motivation serves as an extremely exciting entry for a cover letter because it is a very strong start that makes people want to move on, want to read on. Imagine your motivation is creating a more sustainable planet, that this is what comes out, that when you think about the 80-year-old you want to have left a footprint here. So this is really exciting to start your cover letter with, and it also works well for other motivations. Then, of course, you can also put it in the profile summary of your CV, and it is a great thing to connect the dots in your interview. I always recommend also to start your self-introduction in your interview with your motivation. The reason for it is that even if your career path is not that straight, having a motivation like, I was always passionate about helping people, for example, then helps you to see this element in every path your career has had, how you've helped people there. And that actually helps you to tell a career story that might easily cover up or explain why you've made certain decisions in your life. So it's a great thing to include here. And with that, let's already come to our third ingredient. And this is probably one of the most important ones that you need for your applications all the time. It is your achievements and your success stories. For now, let's just call them cookies. The reason being that I really like the cookie jar method, which you might have heard of by David Goggins, to collect all of your strengths, not your strengths, your success stories and achievements. So basically buy yourself a huge cookie jar and write all of your achievements on a small piece of paper that you then drop in that cookie jar. And when you do that, you'll actually see that your whole jar will fill up really quickly, and you have a visual effect of how many great achievements you've actually already had in your life. So I can highly recommend doing that and collecting all your achievements and things you are proud of in your jar. So what could they be? Here are a few examples. So they could be successfully completed projects. It could be when you helped somebody else. It can be great results from your hobby. It can be getting featured somewhere, getting published. It can be results from your education, like amazing grades or getting a scholarship. It can be personal growth stories, adopting a new habit, personal milestones, and basically everything else you can think of. What you now need to do when you are applying is to reach into the cookie jar and select the cookies that matter for the job. So of course, not all of your achievements will be relevant for the role. So you need to reach in and select carefully and choose which ones are relevant. Then where do they go? I mean, your achievements, you can probably already guess for yourself that these we will basically need to use throughout the whole application process. So in your CV, they will usually have a separate subsection as part of your work experience, because you need to mention the achievements you've had with every previous position and with every project. So, and I would also recommend to use 2 selected achievements for your profile summary. And then of course, your cover letter will be made up of these achievements, because these are, you need to use them to explain why you can do the job. And throughout your interview, examples of your achievements and demonstrations of your skills are actually the most powerful part, because when you manage to answer basically every question with a specific example from your cookie jar, then that will help to create a picture in your interviewer's head of what a certain situation has really been like for you. And with everything you have in the cookie jar, you're very well prepared with tons of examples to use. So now, one more secret ingredient, and that is your personal interests. I know that a lot of people are not big fans of having them in your application documents. I actually am, because I think they add another little touch of personality. You can highlight different aspects of you that you've not been able to put anywhere else. So I think they are really great to have. Most people already know their interests. So basically, it's the answer to the question, what do you do when nobody tells you what to do? So I guess most of you know some hobbies you have. But recently, especially with young people, I've also come across a lot of them not knowing what exactly their interests are. And this has led me to think about a method how they can find out about their interests. And here I thought, why not just leverage our social media? You know, they're collecting our data anyway, so why not use that data to our advantage? The algorithms are in place to show us content that we're interested in, so why not simply reverse engineer that to find out what are my current interests? So check your social media, what's in your Instagram feed, what's in your Pinterest feed, what does YouTube recommend you to watch as videos, or which ads come up. And these are things that you have been searching for or have been looking at a lot, so they are certain to have something to do with your interests. And then the last but not least, where do they go in your documents? Of course, they also can go in your CV in a separate subsection that you just call personal interests, or they can be part of your self-introduction in the interview. So you might as well finish your self-introduction not only with talking about your work experience and why you're right for the job, but you may also include some things you do outside of work. It's always great when you discover that you have something in common with your interviewers, or that your hobby is something that they frequently do as a team activity, or that you just have really exciting personal interests that your interviewer wants to know more about. So it really makes sense to have personal interests to get some extra personality in there. And now, let's summarize what we've learned and tie all of this information together. So you now know that from my perspective, there is 4 secret ingredients that turn your application documents from good to great. And these are your unique strengths, your motivation, your cookies in the form of your achievements, and your personal interests. To summarize again where everything goes, you'll see that Your USP can easily go into your profile summary. You can put it in the cover letter. And of course, you also need to talk about your strengths in interviews. Your motivation is also something that works well in your profile summary, in your cover letter, and needs to be discussed in the interviews. And then your cookies, they really go in a separate subsection in the form of work experience. Your cover letter is basically made up of them, and you need to talk about all of them in the interview whenever one of your examples matches the interview question. Your interests, they can also go in a separate subsection in your CV, and of course can be talked about in the interview. And with this, we've reached the end of my presentation. Thank you so much for being here today and for listening. I'm also really happy to connect to you. I'm very active on LinkedIn, so feel free to reach out to me if we're not connected yet. Feel free to check out my website or listen to my podcast, where I also talk about career development, personal document, and everything that covers applying, especially if you're looking for a job in Germany. So thank you. I'll stop sharing my screen now and check if there are any questions.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Sarah. It has been very helpful, I believe. And I really enjoyed the analogy with the cookie jar, and I think I should start doing it. Also because it's one way to increase our own self-awareness, and also because it will definitely be helpful when we feel down, when we feel negative, pessimist. It's amazing, and it's very easy to do it.
It's easy. I mean, some people prefer a success diary, which is also a very helpful method. But a cookie jar, you just have to scribble on a piece of paper, throw it in, and then you're done. So it's easier than sitting down and writing into your success diary.
Yeah, it's great. And every time that you are going to open the cookie jar, it's going to be a surprise. You don't know what is going to come up.
Yeah, exactly.
So we have a question from an attendee. How many years later can we present educational achievements? So again, once they have started, how many years later can they still present educational achievements?
Do you mean present in an interview? I mean, I think your highest degree should always be a part of your application documents. I mean, you should always put it in your CV. And then if you mean presenting that in the interview, it really depends on if it matches the question. I mean, in case you are, for example, trying to make a slight pivot in your career, but you already have some theoretical knowledge from your studies, then you can always bring it up, no matter if it's 20 years later, but then just make sure that you say something about that you have updated your knowledge. I mean, nowadays we can just so easily do a free online course before an interview to have some basic understanding about the topic. I mean, it helps you to cheat some theoretical knowledge in there. So yeah, you might as well present your educational experience years later and say, but hey, I've also recently done an online course on, I don't know, Udemy or on LinkedIn, and updated my knowledge a little.
And how about the CV? I mean, you talked about the interview. Should it be included in the CV?
I mean, yeah, your education, I guess, always goes in there. So if you have any sort of degree, I guess it should always be a part of it. I mean, the more work experience you have, the smaller that part gets in your CV. But yeah, I think it's always worth putting it in there.
How about, for example, if someone graduated 5 years ago, but during their studies, they had the scholarship? Should they keep it in their CV 5 years later?
It's not absolutely necessary. I think you always have to pick and choose what's relevant. I always recommend to do the who cares criteria. So with every single piece of information you put in your CV, ask yourself, who cares about this? If the recruiter does, if your future boss does, or if it's something that is so important for yourself to show that you really want it in there, it's also worth putting it inside. But I'm not sure with a scholarship if you can really say someone would care about this 5 years later when you've collected great other achievements in the meantime.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Another question, what happens when you are overqualified? Do you remove credentials from your CV?
Oh, that is actually a very good question, Nikki. Being overqualified, I wouldn't necessarily remove credentials, but here I would really include a motivation letter that explains well why you still want to do the job, although your qualifications are obviously higher. So here you need to focus on your motivation, why you might want to take a step that looks like a step back from an outside perspective.
Thank you very much. I think also this is a better approach, what you recommend, instead of hiding the truth or lying in the CV.
Yes. Especially, I think now with profiles online everywhere on social media and people being connected worldwide, like we can see now, you know, the truth about your experience might just come out because your future boss might know your former boss, and then they might talk about you. So yeah, I would always try to stick to reality and be honest.
True that. Another question from Natalia. She has so many trainings and educational courses that many of her interviews start with, I saw your impressive education list. I'm not really sure already if she should have all those trainings in the CV. What do you think? Should she keep all the courses in her CV or not?
Yeah, I mean, it depends on the type of job. I mean, if it's within education, it might make sense to show all of them. I would always select the ones that are most relevant for the jobs again. So, and then also see how much space you really have in your CV, because an education list should not turn your CV that could be 1 or 2 pages into a really long CV. So yeah, pick and choose carefully which courses or parts of your education you really want to include.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I don't see any other questions coming up, but you have shared your contact details so people can reach out to you on LinkedIn or and ask you more questions if they have any. I'd like to thank you very much for being here and sharing your wisdom with us.
Yeah, thank you very much for organizing this, and yeah, have fun with the rest 1.5 remaining days.
You too. Another question, do you feel connecting with people on LinkedIn? Do you feel connecting with people on LinkedIn has become more important prior to applying to a job? Final question.
Yes, I'm a big fan of using a networking strategy. Actually prefer that over just sending out applications. So yes, please connect and network with people.
And if I may add, connect and talk to the people. Don't just remain silent.
Yes, exactly. My strategy is connect and send a welcome message as the next step. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy the rest of the sessions and have a great rest of the day.
Yeah, you too. Thank you, Evie.
Bye. And now I would like to welcome our next speaker, Markos Korvesis, who helps people worldwide to discover their ikigai, a job they love, they're good at, the world needs it, and they can be rewarded for. As a digital nomad, he traveled to 22 countries in less than 2 years to explore the local job market, culture, and cost of living. Markos is a career coach and a master NLP, neuro-linguistic programming practitioner with education from 11 European countries. His specialties are CV, cover letter, LinkedIn, job interview, job search, and career change. He has already helped more than 1,000 people representing 50 plus nationalities start their own business or find the job they love in 25 plus countries. So, Marco, welcome. Thank you very much for being here.
Hello, Evie. Thank you very much. Thank you for organizing this amazing event. I'm pretty sure that all these trainers and instructors discovered their ikigai and they are practicing their ikigai right now.
And hopefully today we're going to help the rest of the people to identify it as well.
Exactly. And in the beginning, we should explain what does ikigai means. So what is this philosophy? There are many people that they feel that we are doing a job just to pay our bills and there is nothing else behind that. They are only looking the financial part, but there are far more things that you can do. So let me share my screen. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Perfect. So let's see how to discover your ikigai, a job you love. I like this quote that Simon Sinek said a few years ago. Over 90% of people go home at the end of the day feeling unfulfilled by their work. And I won't stop working until that statistic is reversed, until over 90% of people go home and can honestly say, I love what I do. This is also my mission and my vision, and this is what I plan to do for the next years with my team. Well, let's say more about ikigai. So ikigai is a Japanese concept that means a reason for being. The original meaning is mainly about life, how, as it says, how to find the reason for being. But in the Western world, let's say Europe, America, and this part of the planet, we usually connect ikigai with our career. And it has 4 elements. It is what you love, what you are good at, what the world needs, and what you can be rewarded for. So we have 4 elements. If you have all these elements in your job, then this is your ikigai. And it is very easy to identify the people that they are discover their ikigai, if they also do it, from the way that they speak about their job, for their actions in their life, and many things connect to their job. So iki in Japanese means life, and gai describes value or worth. Your ikigai is your life purpose or your bliss. It's what brings you joy and inspires you to get out of bed every day. I'm not sure if how many of you have discovered your ikigai. It's a good idea to write it in the chat. I would like to see how many of you right now that you are watching this event, you believe that you discovered your ikigai. How many of you are doing your ikigai, because this is different. Maybe you have discovered your ikigai, but you are not there yet. You are in the process to make it a reality. And if you already knew about ikigai, and here we have the ikigai map that I would like to explain. So we have the 4 elements: what you love, what you are good at, what the world needs, and what you can be rewarded for. If you are doing what you love and you are also good at it, this is your passion. But it's not enough, as you can see. It is just your passion. If you love what you do and the world needs it, this is your mission. If the world needs your job and you can be rewarded for it, this is a vocation. So you see that you miss some elements if you just have 2 of the 4 elements. And if you are good at it and you can be rewarded for it, this is your profession. The majority of the people worldwide are doing a profession or vocation. They are doing something that they are really good at it and they can be rewarded for it. And these are some successful people, like financially wise, most of the times. If they are doing something that the world is needed and they can be rewarded for it, this is also the vocation. But you can see that there are some elements that they miss. 90% of people, they are doing a job they don't love most of the times. And I also had the personal experience from all these elements, from all these steps. As far as I remember, I calculated one day, and I think I changed, like 30 jobs in my life before discovering my ikigai. I personally discovered my ikigai during January 2017 on a random workshop, 5 days workshop. about self-awareness and coaching and positive psychology and career and things like that. I discovered my ikigai, what I'm doing now, the career coaching role, 4 years ago. So I did many different things before 2017. Most of them were just some jobs to pay my bills. Sometimes I liked it, but not very much. I was not very passionate about it. In some jobs I was very good, in other jobs I was not very good. But I even tried to make my hobby as a profession. So my passion is bachata dancing, if you know about Latin dances. I even tried to, before 2013, I even tried to make my hobby as a job. But I recognized like a few months later that I preferred to keep dancing as a hobby and not as a job. It was not fulfilling for me as a job. And if you have the three of these elements, for example, if you discover the job that you love, you are good at it, and the world needs it, you feel delight and fullness, but there is no wealth. There are no money or something that can satisfy your cost of living, let's say. If you do what you love, the world needs it, and you can be rewarded for it, but you are not good at it, you feel excitement and complacency, but you have a sense of uncertainty because you are not good at it. So there are times that you doubt yourself, you feel, okay, how long can I do this, for how long? And some more elements. If you do something that you are good at it, the world needs it, and you can be rewarded for it, these three elements, you feel comfortable, but feeling of emptiness because you don't love what you do. And if you love what you do, you are good at it, you can be rewarded for it, but the world doesn't need it, you feel satisfaction, but feeling of uselessness. So this is the ikigai map. If you have two of these four elements, you can realize that you miss some things. If you have three of these elements, also you miss one of the four, which is usually very important. So if you manage to do all these elements, discover a job with all these elements, this is your ikigai. You will be totally happy. All your actions will be relevant to your ikigai, or most of them. You can recognize something that you love. For example, maybe you are having a shower and you are thinking about something specific as a job, or maybe you are going to sleep and before sleeping, you are scrolling on your smartphone or laptop and you check some business articles or something relevant to a thing that you really like. This could also probably be your ikigai. So there are some tips that you can discover your ikigai from the things that are attracted to you, that you are most interested in. So the 4 steps for reaching your ikigai. The first thing that you need to do is self-knowledge and life goals. By this field, I mean it is a good idea to practice some self-awareness tests, self-knowledge tests, do some psychometric tests about your personality, your professional interests, your motivations, your priorities. And in the end of all these tests, you have some results, you have some knowledge. You can also ask for assistance from a coach or a counselor that is having relevant job. And then you should set your life course so that we can see, okay, I discovered what I like, what I'm good at it, and what I like to do, my passions and all this stuff. Okay, what are my life goals? Because ikigai should be also aligned with my life goals. For example, if one of my life goals is to travel to 100 countries, maybe it's not a good idea to have a job with an office that I can have like just 20 days per year vacations, because I cannot meet my life goes for traveling. That's what I mean. Second part, if you discover what you like, is to educate yourself. So I do all these tests or coaching sessions and counseling sessions and research and all these things. And I discover a job that I really like, that I believe that this is my ikigai. Okay, so I discovered my ikigai. But how can I do this? I will probably do a career change, which is easier, by the way, like comparing to the last years. It's far easier to make a career change during these days, especially if you want to find a remote job, an online profession, online job. So if you educate yourself by maybe attending a university, certifications, online courses, find mentors, do job shadowing, volunteering, there are many options to practice and get education and experience. Okay. And when you have all this knowledge, or let's say in a certain level, you have this knowledge about your new job, you have your mentors, successful mentors that can guide you and give you some very valuable and important tips. You also get some experience through volunteering, through job shadowing. That means that you can work with a professional that he's already doing this job, and you can get some ideas about how he's doing this job, what are the tools, the equipment, maybe the software, the processes. And when you have all this experience, it is also a good idea to build your personal brand. So make it clear to the community, to your friends, on social media, what are you doing? Why should I connect with Markos and work with him? What is Markos doing? What are the services that he's offering, or the products, or his business? Okay, we should make it very clear. And then we start professional networking. We can connect with professionals that are relevant to our ikigai. As I said, also mentors are very important. I need to explore the job market. What are the opportunities? For example, if you live in Europe, there are many opportunities from the European Union that you can use. If you want, for example, to start your own business, the European Union is offering the Erasmus for young entrepreneurs. This is a program with no age limit. And if you want to start your own business, you can join this project and have some job shadowing experience up to 6 months. In a successful professional, you can also choose to get this experience. So we explore the job market about educational opportunities, job opportunities. What can I do with my ikigai? For example, I discovered in 2017 that I want to become a career coach. In the beginning, I was thinking to focus on high school students or university students. But I did my research and I realized that I prefer to work with adults and help them with a career change, start their own business, or find a job they really love in a private organization or a public organization or an NGO. Okay, and I started educating myself, finding mentors from my home country, Greece, from the United States of America, from Canada, United Kingdom, Australia, from many countries, especially and mainly through LinkedIn. LinkedIn is the easiest way to find mentors from all over the world. I got some experience by volunteering with friends, supporting my friends to get a job or start their own business. By volunteering in an NGO, I was supporting refugees and migrants for a while. So I was also getting some experience. I did some job shadowing with professionals of my field, and I was supporting them to some of their activities. So this is how I got my first experience. And then I started building my personal brand. So when I had the knowledge and some materials to begin with, to start communicating to the world what I'm doing. Then I built my LinkedIn profile in a very clear way, my Facebook profile, other social media. I was communicating what I was doing in my friends, in new people that I was meeting in conferences and other events. And this is how I started this is how I did my ikigai. And to be honest, I did my career change in 10 months. I believe that most of the times, especially if you can have a remote job, you will probably need from 2-3 months up to 2 years to make a career change, especially for the digital jobs. Okay, and this is depending on the effort, the energy, and the time that you need to invest on building the new. I personally invested all my time on building the new and getting all this knowledge and experience. And this is how I managed to make my career change in just 10 months. And 2 years later, I started my own business. Since 2019, I have my own business with my team. And we support people discover and reach their ikigai, because as I said, there are 2 different paths. You need to discover your ikigai, and then you need to find a way how to do it. This is a process that you may need, I believe, up to 2 years, depending on the job. Maybe you want to become a psychologist or something like that, or a doctor. Of course, you need more years, okay. But for digital jobs, it's mainly 1 to 2 years or even a few months, depending on the job. So this is for me. I believe that ikigai is very clear. As I say here, if you are not doing what you love, you are wasting your time. This is something that I really like to say. And the last 4 years, especially because, as I said, I changed many jobs in my life, like 30 jobs, till I discovered my ikigai. And I know what I'm doing now and how to do it. I still searching how to optimize my services, how to upgrade my knowledge and experience, how to offer a bigger social impact. And this is a lifetime process. Last but not least, ikigai can also be changed. So this is also depending on the period of your life. Maybe some people, they are doing their ikigai for their whole life, but it can also be changed. We should remember that we know that there are many jobs, there are many new jobs we didn't even know a few years ago about them, and we still don't know the majority of the jobs of 2030. So let's see, maybe your ikigai is not even existing as an idea yet. Okay. Keep searching and feel free to connect with me on social media, especially on LinkedIn, and send me your information about what are your goals, what do you like to do, if you are already doing your ikigai, or if you have an idea, maybe a dilemma, is this A or B, and let's see if I can support you in a way to discover it and reach it. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, feel free to pop them in the chat.
Thank you very much, Markos, for this very interesting presentation. Actually, I was thinking the last part you said that we can change our ikigai. As we grow up, our interests change, and it makes sense that this also changes.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, ikigai is also changing. Of course, I know that I'm not sure, but I would like to do something with space in the future, in a few decades. So I know that some companies are planning to go to Mars. NASA announced yesterday that it's planning to go to the moons of Jupiter and Saturn. So I don't know. Maybe I have a different ikigai for the next years.
Exactly, and I think it's very, very important, as you said, to find our purpose, which works like a compass that keeps us focused on our goals, I think. Yeah, it was very informative presentation. Also, as you said, network with people and tell them what you do. Don't just send a LinkedIn request, talk to them so they understand who you are, what you're interested in, what you want to do. Thank you very much. People can connect with you. Hope you have a great rest of the day.
Thank you, Evie. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody.
And now we're going to have a 10-minute break before our next session. So you can get some rest, you can get some water or coffee, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much, everyone. And right now, I'd like to welcome our next guest from the United States, from Georgia, if I have my notes correct, and Phillip Davis. Phillip Davis is inspiring and helping people find clarity and confidence in their careers, in business, and in life. For this reason, he founded Fulfillment Solutions, LLC, in 2021 to build transformative relationships and connect invigorated job seekers and dynamic employers. Directing passion for harmony into bringing people together and helping greatness grow, Fulfillment utilizes a highly personalized and collaborative process to help individuals and employers reach ever-evolving goals. Please visit the website to schedule a complimentary discovery tune-in regarding your job search or recruiting strategy in your business. And you can follow Phillip on LinkedIn for more inspiration, motivation, recruiting, and career tips. And Phillip is going to talk to us about tuning into your job seeking journey today. So welcome, Phillip. Thank you very much for being here today.
Hi, Dr. Evie. Thank you so much. It is just, it's an honor. It's a pleasure to be here to listen to just all of the speakers up to this point have just been phenomenal, and just the speakers yet to come. I mean, it's just been incredible and just such an honor to be here. So I am thrilled to be a part of this journey with you all. So thank you all for having me.
Thank you very much. And the stage is yours now.
Excellent. So I'm going to share my screen here. Let's see. Get here. We can see this okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, beautiful. Excellent. Okay. So we're going to talk a little bit about tuning into your job seeking journey. And I promise you the words tune into, I really want you to really think hard about that, because there's a reason for that kind of phrase, if you will, and we'll explain that towards the end. So, okay. So I just want to start and really just, I want to face the facts along the job search journey, right? So we all know that searching for a role, it's a lot of work, right? From applying to different positions, trying to figure out what we want to do next, whether we are working, whether we're not working, the process, it's a lot of work. And of course, here in the States, and I'm sure it's wherever you all are, they basically say, it's a full-time job looking for a job. And if you're working in another position, whether it's full-time, part-time, side hustle, it's just a lot of work. And it takes time, right? And just it's exhausting. It takes dedication. It takes persistence to really hone in on that search that we want to do. It's overwhelming, right? It's tiring. It can become very, very stressful. And with that, it can trigger negative thought processes, feelings and perceptions, right? And we all know imposter syndrome. So that the feelings and the thoughts of us not being good enough, us not, getting the interviews we want, us not just feeling like we're stuck and there's no forward movement along our journey. And so we get into this, natural state of just negativity. And our prior speakers, Eleni with attitude, Markos with the ikigai, Sarah with the cookie jar, and of course, Zoe with burnout. We really feel all of those different things and all those different plethora of emotions that we want to get out of those negative triggers and those negative thought processes, right? But why, right? Why does it take work? Why does it take time? Why do we become so easily distracted, easily stressed, and burned out, right? As noted prior. And really the most important question, why do we go into negativity? Because first and foremost, we may be just doing our job search in a way that just isn't effective for us, right? All of us have a unique value proposition that was also presented prior that we want to give to our next employer or to other people, right? And sometimes the way we're doing our search may not be the most effective for us. And we're unbalanced in our priorities. We really, and that brings me to the next point. We don't want to rest until we get that offer. We have that constant mindset. We're like, hey, I want to get this job. I want to get this interview. I want to go, and not focus on other priorities in life that we have. And of course, we easily compare ourselves or our current situation with others, right? And it's incredibly tempting, especially like on social media platforms like LinkedIn, when we see those notifications out there where it says, congratulate, this and this person on getting a new job at this company in this title, right? And it's so easy to just think about where we are in that moment. Oh man, I wish that was me. I wish I had that job. I wish I had that recognition, right? And so we easily compare ourselves with other people and where they are in the process. So really, what is like the main root cause? What do I feel that's that main root cause of the job search? Just being perceived as all of these different things, right? This negativity, a lot of work, all that kind of stuff, right? And I think it really starts with our mindset, right? And is it focusing and really tuning in to the right things along your path in your job search? So let's talk about it a little bit. So there was a study back in 2020, I believe, by Queen's University, and they concluded, up in Canada, they concluded that over 6,000 thoughts are processed in our minds daily. They concluded that, or they came up with this concept of thought worms. And it's really where one thought ends and another thought begins. And if you think about like an earthworm in the world, and this is kind of my perception of the study, earthworms, they don't really move very quickly, right? They're very slow in the ground. They crawl around, but they're completely harmless, right? And they're just there. And you can, at least here in the States, back when I was in elementary school, we had earthworms as pets, and we can feed them and tend to them, and we can help them grow. And once they grow, then we can set them off into, the earth, into the world. And so it kind of brought me to this idea where it's, we think of our thoughts consciously and subconsciously, and we have mindless and mindful thoughts. So a lot of times we get into our job search, or we get into a project that we're doing, right? And we're mindful of those different things. But then, from time to time, we may have a mindless thought that's completely separate from the task at hand and what we're doing. Kind of those thought worms, they kind of creep along into what we're really trying to achieve and focus. And so when it comes to mindset, right, and focusing, if we have the right mindset, that will really help us focus of clarity along our search. So with the proper mindset, we can then receive clarity. And it's mindful thinking, right? So it's getting a lot of the mindless thoughts out of our heads, the imposter syndromes that come in, the I'm not good enoughs, those different types of things that are distracting us into our vision and our goals to get that next job, and being more mindful of what we can do. Positive versus negative thoughts as well, right? So thinking along of a positive approach to mindset, or positive attitude versus negative. And really, once we become aware of our mindset on a conscious perspective, then we can really tune in to clarity along our job search. So I have a really good exercise. I'm actually going to stop the presentation here. And one thing that's really helped me just along my transition into like entrepreneurship has really been like an approach change or an attitude change. And it's really taking these sentences of, right, I can't do this anymore, into I can do this, right? Taking a negative thought or a negative statement and changing it into a positive statement, and really taking that moment to say that to yourself out loud, really just saying, I can do this. I can make this happen for myself. Another example, right? I give up today. Like, I'm done. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to search. I'm just done with it. Instead of saying I give up, I give today, right? I'm giving to others. I'm making an effort to get out, to network on LinkedIn, to network with other people, to tune into my search, but most importantly, to show that value that I can bring and giving to others. That's why when Markos and others have said this earlier, it's so imperative and so important to network with people, not just connecting and saying, hey, nice to meet you, but really getting to learn other people and helping them to understand your uniqueness, right? And how you can help them and vice versa. Also, you know, I will never try again, right? It's like, take the word never out, say, I will try again. If you don't get that interview, you're going to try again. You're going to make it happen. If you don't get that job offer, you're going to keep interviewing. Like, you're going to keep going. You're going to keep trying. So just changing those approaches and really fine tuning those statements. So then with clarity comes action, right? So once we have that clarity in our job search, and we're able to hone in and tune into that clarity, it helps us to then act upon what we want to do. And I feel too, we can't really have action along our path or our search without having a clear plan. So really focusing in on expectations of what we want to do, right? How many interviews do we want to pick up in the next month? And even just like setting the bar there, right? Having accountability partners who can help support us, and really checking in with other people who are going to ensure that we are sticking to our plan, not just doing our plan by ourselves, but having that accountability partner, that friend, that family member, that coach, that manager. And it brings me kind of to that next step, cause and effect, right? So once you have action and clarity, we'll talk about kind of cause and effect, right? So are you not receiving calls, messages, emails, LinkedIn messages to schedule an interview, right? So what's the cause? It could be your resume or CV that's just not getting the proper eyes on it or the proper attention. It could be a portfolio that you're sharing. It may not be relevant to the jobs that you're applying to, or it may not show a clear example of your value, your uniqueness to that company. It could be your LinkedIn social media, which again, why social networking and really getting yourself out there and engaging with people and really having them understand your value, your story is so imperative. So it could be that maybe your LinkedIn is not fully portraying your value. Some more continued. Are you receiving calls or messages, but not for the right position that you're looking for? It could be that recruiters or hiring managers are reaching out to you, but for those like non-relevant positions. We get it all the time, right? So sometimes if you're looking for, let's say, for example, like a marketing management position, and you may be getting calls from recruiters saying, hey, we're looking for an entry-level marketing role, you know, or marketing person or something, right? Like that, right? Where you have more experience. It could be that the way that your CV, your resume, your LinkedIn, it may not be fully portraying the level of experience that you have, or the different achievements that you've done that can showcase that you're at that management level. It could be that you're just applying to various positions of different job titles. So of course, job titles are different across all industries, across all platforms. It could be that maybe the titles on the CV are not matching with the company's titles that they're looking for, or vice versa. It could be the other way. It could be applying to various positions of different job duties. So you may have calls for the roles you're looking for, but the duties may not be aligned up to what you're seeking, or vice versa. Some more. So are you getting the interviews but not receiving the offers? It could be that recruiters or hiring managers just identified another candidate for the position, which in this market could very well be the case. The market's crazy right now. The interview was not an accurate representation of talent. And so what this one really means is that the interview was not, the interviewers or the people interviewing you may not have gotten the full perception of the value add that you were able to bring to that company or to those people. The position changed, was not needed presently, or other outside factors. The role may be on hold. It could be changed later on in the process. It could be that they didn't need the position anymore, all these various factors that we cannot control. But it's within those outside factors where that mindset is important, where we have to ensure that we maintain those positive statements. I can do this. I will give to others. I will keep going. I will not give up. Those kind of things, because those things we can't control. And it's so tempting to immediately go to those negative mindsets, because when something is outside our control, like the job was closed or it was given to somebody else, it's very tempting to go to those negative thought triggers. So what do we do, right? How do we make changes along our path? What do we do? So we want to focus on positions that truly and wholeheartedly show our unique talents, skills, abilities, and traits completely. We also want to focus on businesses that truly align with our own set of values and strengths, right? So if there's a business out there, or a company, and they're going to be working long hours, long days, but you want flexibility in your search, or you want a flexible role that's going to give you work-life balance, probably not going to be a good alignment. So finding companies out there that really align with your values and really align with what you're looking for. And then asking for help, right? Just knowing at the point in time when you need help. And I feel like it's for me, at least personally, it's always been a challenge for me myself to ask for help and ask for others. But being out on LinkedIn for about a year or so, really networking and just saying, hey, I'm going to be vulnerable. I'm going to ask for help and guidance. If I didn't do that, I probably wouldn't have started my own business. So really asking for help and guidance of other people, because there are people out there who are completely able to help. And you're the expert of yourself, right? You are the subject matter expert of you and of your unique brand and the things that you can add to the table. So always remembering that what you have in your toolkit and in your toolbox and your experience is your own experience. Like, own that and really show that and share that with people, and invest in your future. This one is the most important, I think. And a lot of times we want to just apply to roles and just kind of go through the old school way and hope, and really hope, again, we're going to get those interviews. But finding those courses that were presented before, self-development, self-improvement, doing an online course, really showing those companies that you've self-developed, not only just in courses, but also within your network, right? What have you done to really add value to your network, to your brand, and showing those unique value adds that you have. So I have a formula that I do want to share with you as well, and it really does go with the mindset approach. And I'm going to share it here. R plus R plus P equals S. So rest plus reflect plus prepare equals success, right? So with the proper rest, taking time away from the job search. This is so important, because job search, even though it seems like it is a full-time job, and in cases it can be, really taking that time away from technology, from the computer, from your cell phone, from whatever tools that you're using to tune into your search. Go away from them, get away from them, go into a different room, go do something different, do a hobby that you enjoy, get rest, sleep, and take time away from the search. Reflection kind of goes into the mindset and clarity, right? Tuning into your mind and your body and really focusing in on the inner core. What are you wanting to do in your life? Where are you wanting to go next? Short term, long term. And writing stuff down, creating like a thought journal or a reflection journal or blogging has really helped me. And I think that's a really good thing to do, really starting to write stuff down. And preparation, right? We talked about it with clarity. With clarity, planning, and preparation comes that action. So you can't act upon your search unless you have the tools to prepare. All of those things combined equals success. And so that kind of leads us to the end. And so we are definitely here and happy to help. And so really, I founded Fulfillment Solutions here in the US, and I'm going to be very honest. I started 1 month ago. I founded this thing September of like just a month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago. And I founded it because I wanted to create a business that really tunes in and ties into both career coaching and recruitment talent acquisition. So really helping those job seekers find clarity along their search and really gain that confidence and that mindset that they are good enough and that they will get that career opportunity that they are seeking. And we do offer recruiting talent acquisition consultancy. So really working with businesses primarily here in the US on helping them with their recruitment processes. So we bring combined over 10 years of talent acquisition, HR recruiting experience. We have a wide variety of experience: television, broadcast media, technology, retail, manufacturing. We are a certified professional human resource organization. And the whole tune in comes to me being an opera singer. So I actually studied, if you want to talk about career pivoting, I studied opera performance in university. Has nothing to do with business, has nothing to do with HR. And then, like most HR professionals, I landed in HR just out of luck, if you will, built my career up into recruiting, talent acquisition, and then decided that I wanted to be more on the coaching side, as well as consultancy. So that's where you see all the tune into things. I have kind of a music theme with the new business. And, you know, we're different because we want to offer a fun, unique, holistic approach to your search, really taking the time to work one-on-one with job seekers, work one-on-one with businesses along their path wherever they are. So to find out where we are, our website is fulfillment.com. So all of our complimentary discovery tune-in meetings are free. We do offer that at no charge. I am, of course, on LinkedIn all the time, linkedin.com/in/Phillip John Davis. And our hashtag fulfillment on LinkedIn for some daily doses of career tips, recruiting, and just motivation along your search. It's needed right now. It's still not an easy job market for job seekers and for companies and recruiters. And so it's just been a sincere pleasure being here, speaking with you all, and just hearing your motivational, your motivation today has been just such a joy. So I definitely appreciate being here today, and we're here and happy to help.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Phil. It has been great. And actually, I'm not sure if you've seen a comment. Someone is asking,
I haven't, no.
You should sing us.
Oh my gosh. No pressure. I have some videos out on my LinkedIn profile, but I'll probably get one out tomorrow. So we'll stay tuned. So I'll
That
get one.
Sounds great.
So.
But how many years were you an opera singer?
So at university, of course, it's 4 years here. So I studied actual classical opera for 4 years, but I mean, music was in my life back when I was 5, 6 years old, and I kind of stuck with it. And really, for those folks out here who are listening to, I think really the biggest key takeaway I could give you with mindset and not giving up is you can pivot. And I think Markos said this in his presentation. It's easier now than ever to really make a change and to pivot along your search, whether you're in, a corporate role or in marketing and want to go into a different field. It's easier to do now. And I'm a prime example of that. So, but it's been a part of my life. So.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to also add something. Many people said that, I said it, you said it, how important it is to network with others. And I was thinking that not just with you, but pretty much the majority of the speakers and during this conference, I kind of networked on LinkedIn. I don't know you in person, but we got to know each other. Now all together, we created this beautiful conference. So it's very important to network and talk to people.
Well, and that's the power of it all. I mean, I wouldn't be here with you amazing people if it wasn't for networking. And that's the power of it all. And just don't give up hope. I mean, it truly takes one person to change your life. And not to get kind of emotional here now, but being a brand new business owner and having to be here and having the honor of being here, the timing couldn't have been better. And I just personally too, Dr. Avi, I appreciate you having me here today.
Oh, thank you. It has been a pleasure, a two-way pleasure. So as a comment, taking advantage of the resources available, such as LinkedIn, to network and get to know each other. Yes, that's right. That's right, Nikki. We should all do this. And the power of networking is incredible. We can create things, we can land a new job, we can explore new things, new ideas, and we can even meet friends. I mean, some of the people here today, we've met online, we network, but we are friends today in real life, and with others, we just created this beautiful conference, and it's amazing. And thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. So I would like to welcome our next guest from the United Kingdom, Matti. I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name. It's Boyer or Boyer, not so sure about that, sorry. Mathilde Boyer, also known as Matti, is passionate about infusing happiness into her clients' careers using insights from the fields of coaching, mentoring, positive psychology, and design thinking. Happiness is a skill that most of us never had the opportunity to learn at school. But Matti developed a proprietary methodology that aims to fill this happiness gap and guide individuals to discover how they can lead a fulfilling work life. Matti has spent over a decade working in digital marketing to help businesses of all sizes, from startups to big corporations, grow their presence online. She combined her understanding of the business world with her love of psychology and coaching to launch her business, Zest Ambition, in 2020. Now, as an ICF certified career coach and positive psychology practitioner, she supports impact-driven individuals during their career pivotal moments. Her mission is to unlock professionals' potential by wiring their mindset to feel confident and empowered to do something they love. And today she's here to talk to us about how to work ourselves happy. So Matti, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. And excuse me if I mispronounce your last name.
No, that's okay. It's Matt. You actually pronounced it right. It's fine.
So is it Boyer or Boyer? Or
well, in French it's Boyer, but most people say Boyer in the UK. So but both are fine.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much for being here, and the stage is all yours.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. So give me just 1 second. I'm going to share my screen and make sure I'm all set up.
We can see it. Thank you.
You can see it. Fantastic. All right. Brilliant. So thank you again, Evie, for having me. I'm so pleased to be here with you guys today. And I'll be talking about career happiness and how to work yourself happy. Evie just gave me a bit of an intro, but I'm Mathilde Boyer. I'm a career coach, positive psychology practitioner, and founder of Zest Ambition. And today what I really want to do with you guys is just to share a self-coaching practice that I developed that will help you sustainably infuse your career with happiness. And I'm going to dive in straight away. So first, I want to clarify what I mean when I say happiness, because everyone tends to have a different definition for it. Happiness isn't being happy and go lucky 24/7. It's also not living a life full of sunshine, rainbows, and unicorns. Happiness is not about being happy all of the time. If you think about life as mountains, a happy life isn't going to be going from peak to peak. You actually have to do the walk up in order to experience the emotional high of reaching the peak. And it's important, I wanted to say that first, because it's important to be aware of this so that you don't try to auto-correct your emotions. And I see that a lot with my clients, where if they're not happy, they try to make themselves feel happy somehow. It's okay to not feel happy all of the time. Happiness is more a long-term feeling of contentment. And the practice that I want to share with you guys today will help you reach that, again, overall long-term feeling, as opposed to feeling happy 24/7. So I also wanted to say that a lot of the clients that I work with consider a career transition. And that's not necessarily a quick process. You know, it can take a few weeks, it can take a few months, it can take a few years. But if you keep telling yourself that you'll be happy once you get this promotion, or once you get into your new role, or once you have your own business, well, let me tell you, you will certainly feel or get a high initially in happiness when you get into this new role or when you get the promotion. But eventually obstacles and challenges will come up regardless of how much you love the path that you've chosen. And so what's important is to find ways to enjoy the journey and not just wait for the next milestones to feel fulfilled. And I'd like to ask you this question to begin with, so you kind of start this journey with me today with this in mind. On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy do you feel in your career today? And if you want, you can use the scale of 1 to 10. So 1 if you're extremely unhappy, score yourself 1 if you're extremely unhappy, or 10 if you're extremely happy. I'll give you a few seconds to think about your score. And then once you have your score, have a think about what it would look like for you to be 1 level up from that score. So what would be happening for you if you went from a 4 to a 5? What would change? If you went from a 6 to a 7, what would be different? And notice specifically whether what you think will take you to the next level is something that will bring you temporary satisfaction, or again, this long-term feeling of contentment. Is this something that will keep you at a 7 for a long time, or will it eventually fade out and you'll be back to the 6 score in a few weeks or months' time? For those of you who haven't done any intentional work on your career happiness before, I'd recommend starting with the career happiness wheel. So you use this wheel by defining attributes that are important for your career happiness. You can use the ones on the screen, or you can also come up with your own ones if you prefer. And then you need to score each category on a scale of 1 to 10. So a score of 10 would mean you fulfilled and fully satisfied, and a score of 1 means that's an area that you're totally unhappy about. So when you finish scoring, you can join the lines together, or it'll be done automatically if you use the template. And then you can notice how big and smooth your wheel of career happiness is. If you have a small but smooth wheel, it means that you are relatively unhappy in most areas of your career. But if essentially the bigger and the smoother the wheel, the more fulfilled you are. And the aim of this exercise is to make you aware of what's really important, the needs that you have in order to feel happy in your career. And it visually represents whether those needs are being met. And you can then decide what you like to do about it. You can then decide which categories are important to you, which areas you want to tackle first. A common way of thinking about career happiness, and I hear that a lot with the people that I work with, is that by working hard, you'll be successful, and by being successful, we'll end up being happy. Except that there's over 200 surveys and studies that have been done that have shown that this formula can actually be reversed. So instead of success leading to happiness, those surveys and studies show that happiness can lead to success. And so this is what, I don't know if any of you have read the book, The Happiness Advantage by Sean Aker, but he's a renowned positive psychology practitioner, and this is what he calls the happiness advantage. Essentially, taking happiness-driven actions is more likely to bring you success and performance than chasing success for the sake of it and in the hope of feeling happier. So to tap into this happiness advantage, we need to understand what are the ways that we can make ourselves happy. And an important message that I want to communicate with you today is that happiness doesn't just happen. Waiting for happiness to come to you is not an effective strategy to become happy. Happiness is first a creation and a cultivation. And to create it and to cultivate it, you need skills. And I've identified 5 skills that you need in order to create and cultivate this happiness. Except we're talking about skills, but who here has taken happiness classes at school? Who's been taught at any point in their lives a methodology to be happy, a framework to be happy? It's likely, if you're anything like me, it's likely that you haven't. And my mission aims to fill this learning gap in our educational system, to teach ways to develop the happiness skills. So this is really important to me. So this is why I created a self-coaching practice that will enable you to discover and develop those 5 happiness skills. And this practice involves asking yourself 5 self-coaching questions regularly in order to enhance your career happiness. So these 5 questions, we're going to go through them in a second, but they can essentially become a resource for you to tap into in order to navigate your career challenges, but also cultivate creative and constructive thinking and develop your growth mindset. So the first self-coaching question in this practice is, what is my inner voice whispering to me? Because becoming aware of our inner dialogue is a core component of self-coaching. By being aware of this inner voice and what she's saying to us, will allow us to progressively take control over it and teach it to be kind and supportive instead of being nasty and often aggressive. This is key to develop self-compassion. And self-compassion is one of those 5 happiness skills that I was talking about. So noticing that your inner voice, what your inner voice is whispering to you, will empower you to realize when your mind gets stuck in patterns that are unhelpful, and when you're being too harsh on yourself instead of focusing on what you're learning from the experiences that you go through. And I again want to invite you now to take a short moment to ask yourself about your inner voice communication style. How does it speak to you? Is it treating you like a child? Is it supportive? Is it argumentative? Is it disappointed or never satisfied? Our inner voice, as I said, can be sometimes overly critical, aggressive, or even judgmental. And the reason why it's important for me to raise your awareness on this today is because the words that we say to ourselves through our inner voice form our reality. And a lot of things have changed in my life the day I really understood this. The words that we say to ourselves form our reality. So if we take specific examples, it's actually interesting to notice what are the beliefs that our inner voice builds or nurtures in our mind. So for instance, some common examples I hear in coaching sessions with my clients are, I'm not good enough, or I don't have enough qualifications to apply for this job, or I'm not a confident person, or I don't have a real career if I don't work a 9-to-5 job. And these things can, the way when we say it to internally, they actually can form our reality, as I was saying. So it's important to notice how we are treating ourselves internally. Are we constantly criticizing ourselves for not being good enough, for not being confident enough, for not doing things right? Or is our inner voice actually being supportive and enhancing what we're learning as opposed to where we're failing? So being aware of what our inner voice is communicating to us is going to allow us to teach it to be kind and supportive, which is essential for our mental well-being and happiness. The second self-coaching question I invite you to ask yourself is, how is my energy level today or this week? And most importantly, what does this tell me? You can think about your energy level again on a scale of 1 to 10. Those scales are actually quite helpful to understand how we're feeling on a more kind of practical basis. So specifically, when your energy score is low, you need to find ways to rest. And of course, resting can sometimes feel difficult, especially because we live in a society that applauds busyness and constant achievement. So it's actually quite a brave act to make the decision to rest in a society like this. But when I say rest, I don't mean necessarily dropping everything and going on a 3-week holiday and that's it. My message here is that resting can be done through micro actions. It can be done through small little steps, small little things that will help us. So checking in on your energy level score, it should become almost like your cue to learn how to balance rest and resilience. And to do that, to balance rest and resilience, it's important to understand what's causing your score to be, your energy score to be at the level that it is. So in the context of your career specifically, if 80% of your work is made up, let's say, of tasks that are energy draining, then you need to pay attention to the 20% of tasks that are energy boosting for you, and because this can help you essentially find a job or reshape your current role and responsibilities in order to reverse the balance and find responsibilities and day-to-day tasks that will be energy boosting as opposed to energy draining. And these tasks will obviously be different for everyone. So to help you with this, you can simply list out the activities or behaviors. Sometimes it's not activities, but it's our own behaviors that are draining your energy, and the ones that are, on the contrary, boosting it. You can see on the screen my list. But you don't need to, so obviously you need to adapt it to yours, but you don't need to overcomplicate this. It's purposely simple, and it just aims to anchor in your head the activities that you can do to refill your energy tank when it's running low. So the third question I wanted to invite you to ponder on today is, how can you lean deeper into your talents and personality? And this is all about developing your self-expression skills. Sorry, just one second. And self-expression is the ability to express who we are, and also, just in other words, the ability to communicate and demonstrate various traits of our personality. So it can be our thoughts, or feelings, creativity, etc. And so the reason why self-expression can be difficult is that it often involves distancing ourselves from what we should do, or who we should be, or who we should be working for, which friends we should have in our network. Because whether we do it consciously or not, we often live on autopilot and do the things that are expected from us, expected by our parents, expected by our boss, expected by our friends, expected by society in general, especially in our career. And so it's a constant, there's a constant pressure on us of what we have to be, or who we have to be, or what we have to do. And it doesn't really make it easy for us to express ourselves freely. But my message again today is that however difficult it might be, it's important for you to find small ways initially, you know, going from your comfort zone to your stretch zone, to express yourself, express your personality to others, share a bit of yourself to others, because that has been proven to be linked to happiness. And you can do this. There's kind of three big ways to do this. One is through communication, to express yourself. So communication it can be verbal or non-verbal. It is the words that you use when you speak. It is your tone of voice, your body language, what you write when you write. So communication is the first way that you can express yourself. You can also express yourself through your actions. And again, this is very wide, but it can be literally from things you create to habits you implement to even just small things like the speed at which you walk. Because all of those little details, they may not seem like it, but when you become intentional about those small actions that you take on a day-to-day basis, it becomes ways for you to express yourself. And I love the example of the company called Morningstar, which has really part of their mission to develop self-expression amongst their employees. And so they let their employees write, or they ask their employees to write their own job descriptions based on how they plan to individually contribute to the mission of the company. And this is a great way for companies to help their employees develop self-expression. And then the third way to do this is through decisions. And again, decisions can be big or small. How you dress in the morning is a decision. The music you choose to listen to is a decision. The places you decide to visit, or the people you accept in your inner circle, all of these are decisions that you can use in order to express yourself and ensure that they are aligned with who you are. Okay, so now the fourth question I invite you to ponder on is, what changes can you make to feel more fulfilled? And remember that happiness is a creation and a cultivation. And so asking yourself what changes you can make to feel happier is a way to keep reminding yourself that you are in the driver's seat, and that whatever the situation that you're in, you always have some level of control. So yeah, asking yourself about the changes that you can make is a way of almost building self-leadership, which is another happiness skill. And you lead yourself more consciously. And because you do it more consciously, it's going to be done more effectively. And I understand that when it comes to changes and decisions, especially when they are career related, sometimes even micro changes can be difficult, like small decisions, small changes. And we get ourselves stuck, or we get ourselves taking actions that are not making us happy. So I wanted to share an activity called the Wise Mind Chair that you can tap into whenever you feel stuck. Because we have, as humans, we have a natural tendency to operate from a place of either pure reason, so we want all of the facts before we make changes or we make a decision, or pure emotion. It's all about the feelings. But that's often why we feel stuck or take actions that make us unhappy. The good news is that we can learn to override this default behavior with this technique, the Wise Mind Chair technique. So when you make a change, when you want to make a change but you're unsure, I invite you to imagine that you're having a conversation with 3 change advisors. And one is emotional, the second is rational, and the third one is wise. The emotional advisor is driven by feelings, the rational advisor is driven by facts, and the wise advisor is a middle ground between the two. So when you feel stuck to make changes in favor of your happiness, notice which advisor you're listening to. Are you constantly chasing facts and never getting enough in order to feel comfortable making your decision? Or are you impulsive with your decisions, and are they based on reactions to certain events? The wise advisor will combine facts and feelings, but it will also add an additional ingredient, which is called intuition, which is extremely important, especially when making career decisions. And science has actually proven that your intuitive brain, our intuitive brain, knows the answers before the analytical part of our brain. So having an imaginary conversation with your 3 advisors and paying attention to what the wise advisor is saying can be can be a good way to listen to your intuition and make positive changes to your life and career. And so I'm now moving on to the last question in our career happiness self-coaching practice. And I invite you to take a few seconds to think about 3 things that you're grateful for that have happened for you this week. Perhaps it's some speakers that you've heard at this conference, some things that I've said have resonated with you. Just think about 3 things that can be big or small. I'm asking you this question because when we express gratitude, our brain releases dopamine and serotonin, which are feel-good hormones. So they enhance our mood immediately and they make us feel good on the inside. So gratitude is a great habit to build to contribute to your career happiness. And it's really important. I wanted to use this prioritization matrix to show you, if you want a task that is low effort, but have a really high impact on your career happiness, gratitude is the one thing you need to invest in. Because our brains are better at remembering the bad than the good. And we conditioned by evolution to seek out what's wrong and focus on it. The good news is that you can fight this negativity bias by training your brain through gratitude to remember the good things. So this is really important. It's a quick win, and you can literally do it anytime, anywhere. It just takes a few seconds, and I don't see any reasons why why you shouldn't do it. It's an easy way to get to career happiness. So now to bring this talk to a conclusion, your take-home message today is that career happiness is built upon 5 career happiness skills or happiness skills that you can develop by reflecting on the 5 self-coaching questions that I walked you through. What is your inner voice whispering to you? How is your energy level? And what does this tell you? How can you lean deeper into your talents and personality? And what changes can you make to feel more fulfilled? And the last one is, what are you grateful for? This will help you develop self-compassion, self-regulation, self-expression, self-leadership, and gratitude. And I just want you, if there's one thing that you need to remember from this talk, is that becoming happy in your career starts with being intentional about it and not waiting for happiness to just happen. So yeah. I think that is me. I wanted to end with this quote. It's nobody else's job to make you happy. It's just a reminder that you are in charge of your own happiness. You can't expect your manager or your parents, your family, your friends, your clients to be more concerned about your own happiness than you are. So yeah, in fact, I would add that your main job is to make yourself happy. That's it. That's me. Thank you for being here today. If any of you would like to find out more about the work that I do, you can get in touch and even book a free consultation on my website, www.zestambition.com. That's it. I don't know if...
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation, Mati. Actually, well, I don't think that anyone has ever been taught the happiness skills, even though they are so important. I really liked the analogy with the 3 chairs. It's really interesting. And at some point you brought up the matrix of impact and effort. And it's very interesting because I use this matrix when I did time management skills.
Yeah.
And from now on, I will also include the gratitude in the 3 points, because it's very interesting. And sometimes we forget how much we already have. For example, I was thinking when you said, okay, think of 3 things that you feel grateful for. And I was like, yeah, I can have a hot tea right now, which is very nice and soothing. And, or I had a hot shower in the morning and I'm healthy. I'm really grateful that I'm not in pain. Nothing hurts on me. So it's very important to really think of everything that we already have.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Especially when we're going through periods of transitions, you know, there's a lot of people right now with the pandemic and everything that has happened over the past 18 months that are, you know, their world is changing. And it's hard when you get into that phase because your brain is often overpowering, thinking of all the options in front of you, what could happen, what ifs. And so anchoring yourself into what you have is actually a way to, you know, reassure your brain and keep yourself calm whilst you're going through all these changes in your life.
And at some point you also talked about measuring happiness, and this also rang a bell because a coaching tool I've used in teams when I manage teams and lead teams is the happiness metric. So basically I ask people to rate from 1 to 5 their happiness at work, and if they rated anything less than 5 to 5, then I ask them to bring solutions. And this also develops the problem-solving solutions, and we can also use it, of course, on ourselves.
Definitely, but it's really interesting because when you have someone prompting you to do it, it becomes easier to activate your problem-solving mode. But when you're just kind of going through your career on your own, you put yourself naturally in autopilot, and I do this as well. And that's why coaching is so beneficial, because it takes you out of autopilot and makes you think about the solutions to get your happiness back up.
And basically, as you gave us the tool, we can self-coach. We don't necessarily need to go to a professional coach. The only difference that I see is that a professional coach can help us faster than we can help ourselves, because they know how to guide us.
Yes, and there's some research that has been done on that, actually, on like the how efficient self-coaching is over, you know, being coached by a professional. It has been proven that it's not as, you don't get the results as fast, because obviously when you're self-coaching, you play the role of the coach and the client, so it's harder to have sometimes an unbiased opinion, but it does still show that it's a good way to develop a growth mindset, to self-coach yourself regularly, because you're not constantly speaking to a coach in your life. So yeah.
We have a question. If we subconsciously know the answer before we find it analytically, how do we know we're justifying the answer we want?
How do we know we're justifying the answer we want? So you mean if you're kind of trying to find facts to support your intuition? Is that what you're saying? Sorry, I'm just looking.
Curtis, would you like to turn your microphone on? Oh, okay, yes, he answered yes. Yes,
this can happen, and actually there's a few ways that you can a few activities that you can do in order to tap into your intuition and not letting your rational and your emotional sides of the brain bias it. Because you're right, like sometimes you may have an intuition, and then because you focus so much on the facts, you'll just bias it to get to the answer that you want. So I can share some of those activities with you if you're interested, Curtis. I'll put my address in the chat if you want, and I'll be happy to share a few of those with you.
Thank you very much for this. Anyone also can contact Mati. Mati, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Oh, thank you, Evie. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much, everyone, for attending and listening to me.
Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you.
And you.
And now I would like to welcome our next speaker, Darlene Rasmussen, who's coming from the United States. Darlene is a veteran of the United States Air Force and has over 20 years of experience in human resources, providing guidance and leadership to businesses of all sizes. In addition to consulting services, Darlene writes professional resumes and provides interview coaching services. Having been a human resources director for over 20 years, she understands the importance of a well-written resume and will share with you how to increase your chances of getting your resume into the hands of a hiring manager. Having interviewed so many candidates throughout her career, she also understands how important it is to be completely prepared for the interview process. The interview is all about selling your personal brand to convince the hiring manager why you are the best candidate to fill the position. In her spare time, Darlene loves spending time with her family, including her 2 grandbabies, Maddie and Ava, and her 3 fur babies. Giving back to her community is most important to her, and she can always be found volunteering for many different causes. Most recently, she was nominated for a seat on the board of directors for Dottie's House, a transitional housing facility for women and children who have survived domestic violence. And today, she's going to talk to us about landing our dream job, and she's going to share top tips for an effective resume and interview coaching. So, Darlene, welcome, and thank you very much for being here today.
Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you again for reaching out to me and having me become a part of such an amazing event that you're holding. I hope all of you are taking tons of information away, which I'm sure you am. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Again, my name is Darlene Rasmussen, and I am the founder of Grateful Synergies HR Consulting. And as Dr. Prokopi had stated, my career has been in HR for over 20 years now. I ran 2 large HR departments over the span of 22 years. So with that, I have reviewed probably 20 million resumes. Okay, I'm maybe not 20 million, but quite a few. And I understand the importance of a well-written resume. I'm going to give you my 5 top tips for creating the perfect resume. I know right now in the United States, I can't speak about around the world, but it is really an employee's market. There are so many people, so many companies that are hiring, but in order to get your resume in the hands of a hiring manager, it needs to be well-written, and you need to have it overcome the applicant tracking systems. So with that, I will go ahead and get started. Again, what you're going to learn today are tips. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. It doesn't seem like it's loading.
Bear with me a second.
Sure.
I apologize for that.
Okay, it's loading. Yeah, we can see it. Thank you.
You can see it now. Okay, great. All right. So again, what you'll learn today are my 5 top tips for writing an effective resume, and then best practices that you can use to become an interview champion. So tip number 1, resume format. I hear a lot of people when I meet with clients for the first time say that I think my resume is only supposed to be 1 page. That is a myth. As a hiring manager, again, I've had resumes as much as 15 pages, believe it or not, and curriculum vitae or CVs, they can be very lengthy as well because you add a lot more detail to them. As far as a regular resume, you want to make sure that it's succinct and to the point and reflects your experience. So it does not need to be 1 page, but you don't want to make it too wordy either. So the first thing, your resume format, we're going to talk about applicant tracking systems, or what we refer to as an ATS. So nowadays, most people are applying online for positions. And before your resume gets into the hands of a hiring manager, it has to go through an applicant tracking system, which is artificial intelligence that's reading our resume. So in order to get past the applicant tracking system, you need to make sure that your resume is ATS compliant. So we're going to talk about the format. And that's going to make all the difference of whether or not that resume makes it into the hands of an actual person or not. So in your resume, you want to make sure you have a clean, easy to read format. Don't use any columns, pictures, or tables, as they will throw the ATS off. So here's some examples. The resume on the left, as you can see, has 2 columns here, and an applicant tracking system reads from left to right. So the first thing it's going to read, besides the personal information, is the profile. It's going to go to about the 3rd line here, and then it's going to go over to this column because, again, it reads from left to right. None of this is going to make any sense, so it's going to spit your resume out and it's going to go on to the next one. So a format like this on the right is easy to read, it's clean, it's simple, and the hiring manager can look at this and get the information that they need. So another thing, keywords. You're never going to have 1 resume. You need to make sure that you have keywords that are in the job posting reflected in your resume. So specifically hard and soft skills. For example, if someone's applying for a position as a medical billing coder, the ad may list words like coding, claim submission, or compliance. You want to look through and make sure that those keywords are contained in your resume. Therefore, you're going to modify your resume for each position that you're applying to. And I know it sounds like a lot of work, but if you want to get your resume noticed, this is what you're going to have to do, unfortunately. So incorporate your hard and soft skills to match the job posting. Keep it brief without, tip number 3, keep it brief without leaving out key information. Believe it or not, this is completely true. Hiring managers spend on average 6 seconds per resume. And I can tell you in the past, when I've been hiring for administrative positions, I look at a resume, I look at where the candidate is located, I go down to their current title, I look at their skills and competencies, and then I look through the longevity in each position. And if I see someone as a job hopper that changes jobs every 1 to 2 years, me personally, I will pass on them. Each position is different, so every hiring manager is not going to say that, but I can tell you for the positions that I've recruited for. If your resume contains old or irrelevant information, it could distract from key information. So I would say go back no more than 15 years on your resume for 2 reasons. A lot of the information on older positions may be outdated, but you also want to make sure we have to overcome age bias, which unfortunately in our society is something real. I can tell you managers that I've worked with that are looking to hire someone, when they've seen a resume of someone who is older but has a lot of experience, they looked and said, nope, I want somebody younger. Me personally, if you have the experience I'm looking for, I'm going to jump on the opportunity to bring you in. But age bias is out there, so you want to make sure you don't have experience going back to the 1980s, unfortunately. But when you land an interview, you can certainly touch on that past experience. Next, you want to use power words to highlight your skills. These are things that, that managers are going to look for. Power words such as achieved, earned, completed, or accomplished. If your resume is too long or hard to read, you might consider making sentences shorter or ideas more concise. So for example, somebody may have listed on their resume, during my time at Freedom Inc., I ran multiple team-based projects and helped each team member with various tasks associated with each project. This example could be shortened to read, led multiple team-based projects and effectively coordinated group tasks. So again, you're saying the same exact thing, you've just condensed it. The most important tip that I could possibly give you, employers want to see metrics. They want to see the value that you brought to your position. So you want to think back and think of things that you did that brought value to your position. And when you're creating metrics, you're going to ask yourself 4 questions. What did I do? Why did I do it? How did I do it? And what was the result? And putting that information together is going to make you look like a superstar. So, example, somebody's responsibility was they spearheaded sales and marketing initiatives for a newly developed territory. The resume metric would read, joined organization to spearhead sales and marketing initiative for newly developed territory, led the turnaround of a poorly performing district, and increased sales from 1 million to 8 million in 15 months. That shows the value that this person brought to their position. So my suggestion, under your experience, when you list your position, the month and date that you were there, and if you're still employed or if it was in the past, what the end date was, your position title, then I would say 5 to 7 bullets on what your current responsibilities are or what they were. And then under that, key achievements, I would put 2 to 3 metrics. Again, they're going to look at that over another person and say, wow, look what they did to really improve the, the sales in the company or whatever the case may be. So metrics are extremely important. So next thing, we're going to go into interview tips. Nowadays, most interviews are taking place virtually. So I'm going to kind of touch on both to incorporate the virtual world as well as the in-person world, because I know a lot of companies are getting back to conducting interviews in person. So we want to keep that in mind as I'm going through these tips. So if it is going to be a physical interview, you want to make sure that you arrive 15 minutes early. This way you want to look at traffic. Is there any traffic on my way there? You want to make sure you account for your time, because hiring managers are extremely busy. And if they have you slotted for a 30-minute interview, it's going to be 30 minutes. So you want to make sure that you're on time. For virtual interviews, you want to log in 10 minutes prior to the interview to be sure that all your connections are working, that your video is working okay, that your sound is okay, you test that, and that you're all ready to go when the meeting is kicked off. Tip number 2, extremely, extremely important. You want to research the company that you're going to be interviewing with. I worked for a heavy highway road construction contractor, and we had 7 different divisions to our company. So we were an asphalt manufacturer. We did highway road construction. We had 2 trucking divisions. We had an environmental division, a manufacturing division. So when I would hold interviews and ask people, what do you know about our company? I distinctly remember a candidate saying that, well, I know that you do paving because I see your trucks all over. Well, he obviously did not do his research, because we do a lot more than paving. The company had been in business at that point for 50 years, so he did not take the time. If you're really interested in landing the position, learn all that you can know about them. Make notes prior to the interview. Study the About Us section on their website and learn their history. When did they first incorporate? Is there any big projects that they landed recently, or any big changes to the company, new divisions that they added? This really shows that you did your homework. Study their mission statement and their corporate values. Corporate values are very important, especially if it's a company that has a really good culture, and you want to see, do you align with that mission statement and those values? Because I can tell you, me personally, I've interviewed with companies and realized during the interview, this is not a company that I want to be a part of. So I'm not going to waste the hiring manager's time and move forward. I'll wait till the end of the interview, and in my follow-up thank you, I'll just say, I just realized after meeting with you that this is not the type of position that I'm looking for. Thank you for your time, et cetera, et cetera. So make sure that you align with the values of the company that you're meeting with. Again, if they have a news section, what's the latest and greatest thing that they've done? How has the company expanded? And then understand all of the services that the company provides. Just bullet point them down. It could be, 5 to 7 things, but just make sure you have that information retained. Oh, sorry, one of my dogs is coming to visit. Number 3, review common interview questions and prepare your responses. There's a million different questions out there. If you do a Google search and just say common interview questions, you're going to come up with a bunch of different lists. But you want to make sure that you practice questions, especially behavioral-based questions, because that's what's going to be asked during the interview. My clients that I meet with, I have handouts that I give them. The one handout is 30 behavioral-based questions to practice, and it covers 6 different competencies. So for instance, leadership, adaptability. And after we finish our coaching session, I tell them I want them to go through and study all of those questions. So when they're asked in the interview, they're able to answer on the fly. Because the one thing that I get with my clients that I meet with is I know what to answer, but when I'm put on the spot, I don't know how to answer it. So you really have to prepare yourself for the interview prior to going in. Do your homework, understand what a behavioral-based question is and how to answer it. And if you practice ahead of time, it's going to make all the difference in the world. Because what I do with my clients is after we have our coaching session, 2 to 3 days later, we meet again and we set up a mock interview for 30 minutes. And I'm able to give them on-the-spot feedback of how they're doing on the whole interview process, including answering the behavioral-based questions. So practice. Use a buddy, a friend to help you out. They can ask you the questions, you respond to them, and then it'll start to sink in, and you're going to store that information in your long-term memory. Next thing, you want to be yourself. You want to make sure that you're authentic, you're upbeat, you're focused, and you're concise. There's nothing worse than having a candidate sitting there slumped over, not smiling, seeming like they'd rather be anywhere else except right there. When you're going into interview, you're selling your own personal brand. You want to make an impact and tell that hiring manager why you are better than the competition or the other 10 people they're going to be meeting with for this position. So you really want to be upbeat, focused, and enjoy the conversation. Let it flow freely. Make notes. If there's questions that you come up with as the interviewer is speaking, take those notes down so afterwards you can ask those questions. Practice your interview with a friend again, so you are prepared from the opening point of the interview right on through the closing. There was one other thing I was going to say and I kind of lost track of it, but it will come back to me. Tip number 5, you want to make sure you send a thank you. And I'm going to give you a great example of how this works. I have a friend of mine who was, she's an animal advocate. She loves everything about animals. She has volunteered at many farms to take care of animals, and a position came up at a rescue farm. And it was a perfect position for her. She had been a restaurant server her entire career, and she really wanted something that was going to fall in line with her passion. So this position came up. She reached out to them and she managed to get an interview set up. We redid her resume and we really highlighted the fact of all the experience that she had volunteering, which shows her passion for animals. So she ended up landing an interview. And after the interview, I said, how did it go? She said, well, it was kind of weird. The woman just really reviewed what the job entailed, and that was it. I said, okay, so what are the next steps? She said that they would be holding working interviews. I said, okay, so now you're going to go, you're going to send her a thank you. Thank you so much for your time today. It was amazing learning about the farm and everything that you do to help animals, which falls right in line with my passions. I feel like I'm a perfect candidate for this position, et cetera, et cetera. So she was really telling the woman how interested she was and how passionate she is about this. So she's a perfect candidate for that job. She ended up getting a call back for an interview literally within 2 hours of sending that thank you. And she has now been working there for going on 2 years. So thank yous, they do work, just to show that you are still interested. Again, if you have an interview and you're not interested in the position, it's okay to follow up. Thank you so much for your time. After meeting with you, I realize this is not a position that aligns with my expectations and what I'm looking for in my career endeavors, and just leave it at that. This way, you're not wasting their time on scheduling another interview. And then also, you want to ask the next steps in the interview process when you're finished. So ask them, what is the next point? Are you going to be setting up second interviews? Are you going to make a decision on hiring? This way, you kind of know where they're at. So with that, that's kind of a brief synopsis of things that I cover between resume writing and interview coaching. I've been providing these services for years, but during the pandemic, there were so many people that were finding themselves in career transitions that it's something that I really put a big focus on. And I've been very successful helping people land their dream jobs. So if you want any additional information, you can certainly reach out to me afterwards. I'd be more than happy to help you. I'd be happy to take a cursory review of your resume to give you some tips on it as well. So with that, I would like to open up the floor for any questions and answers.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Darlene. It was very straightforward, I believe, and very to the point. All these tips are extremely helpful, and hopefully they will also help our attendees to land their dream job soon. And would you like to share any contact details with people? Any email,
yeah, so
your website?
Yes, I did in the chat. I put in my my email address as well as the address for my website. So you can certainly reach that, take a look. You can connect with me on LinkedIn. Again, Darlene Rasmussen. My company is Grateful Synergies HR Consulting, and I am constantly sharing tips on the interview process, on interview coaching, anything that covers HR, whether it's new legislation that's being passed. So I try to update people on as much information as I can, because in the HR world, things are changing at such a rapid pace. You have to really keep up with all the changing laws and whatnot. So if you ever have a question, feel free to reach out to me. I'm more than happy to help you.
Thank you very much. It has been a great pleasure to listen to all these tips. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to have a 10-minute break now, and we'll be back with our 2 last sessions later. Go get a cup of coffee, some water, just move around, stretch your legs, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
So we're back after this small break. Hope you had some rest. And we're moving to our next speaker, Melissa Worrell Johnson. She's from the United States, and over her 19-year career, Melissa has focused her efforts on leadership, talent development, and business strategy. Her diverse background includes entrepreneurial business startups, as well as significant leadership roles in large organizations. As an ICF credentialed coach and licensed facilitator of the coaching clinic DISC and CCL's 360 assessment, Melissa's purpose is to support leaders to be the best leaders they can be. How we engage, communicate, and collaborate affects our work days, team culture, and results. Melissa believes we grow our businesses and profits through teamwork and people. To her, people plus passion plus purpose equals winning teams. One of our biggest assets is how we lead our teams, develop our people, and roll up our sleeves with people leadership. Melissa lives in Iowa with her husband, Alan, and they enjoy paddleboarding, biking, travel, and family. And today she's going to talk to us about mentors, sponsors, and coaches and how much it matters. So thank you very much for being here, Melissa. It's a pleasure to have you here.
Thanks, Dr. Evie Prokopi. I really appreciate it and happy to be here. In the spirit of time, I'm going to set a timer so I don't get long-winded, because one knows, if you knew me well, that I can. So let me set this for 25 minutes. So we'll leave some time for Q&A and I'll jump in. I do have a slide deck, so I'm going to go ahead and share that with everyone. And mentors, coaches, and sponsors is something I'm so passionate about. And one of the big things for me, let me move this down so I'm at the right screen height here, is the importance of looking for mentors, sponsors, and coaches earlier in your career. So one of the things that I look back on my career is I didn't ask to have a coach within my organization until I was at a vice president level. And looking back, I wish I would have done that sooner. And so we're just going to spend some time talking about why it matters and give you some tips and techniques to go down that journey, whatever that looks like, whether it's a mentor, coach, sponsor, or all three of them. And so just talking a bit about why it matters for these three individuals to be a part of your career and development journey. All three of them work on elevating your leadership skills, new learning and possibilities. So when I think about coaches, absolutely work on what is the future, what is the next best step, and helping you find the answers to those questions. Mentors talk to you about what they've done in the past and how they've done it. And sponsors really are there in the background, talking about when you're not in the room. They provide guidance, insights, and support on your journey. They help with self-discovering and discovery and discovering your why. So why do you do what you do? What is it that makes it important to you? How does it fill up your cup, right? How does it fulfill what you thrive in and what drives you to be great? And also helping you continue to pivot. So as you think about your career and your journey, how often have you pivot within your current career to navigate down a different path? Maybe you move companies. Maybe you actually are looking at going horizontally instead of taking a promotion to learn a new skill within your organization. So how does that help you? How do they help you continue to pivot within your career? So we're going to start with mentors. Mentors is the one that most people have said, yeah, I've had some mentors, whether they are formal or informal. We're going to talk about that a bit. So mentors for me, definition is tell you how they've done it. They share where they've won, maybe where they've skinned their knees. They share experience with you as you're talking about that conversation. Looking at how to identify and start a mentoring relationship or two. And the reason I put or two is many times when I'm working with clients, I'll talk about, tell me what mentors do you have within your career right now? And they'll say, well, it's really something I should look at getting. And most individuals say they want to start with one mentor. Well, I would challenge that maybe if you have time, having two mentors, one who is maybe similar to how you are in your management style, your leadership style, personality, possibly a mentor who is very different from you. One of my favorite mentors along the way in my career journey was someone that was very different than me. I am very driven on the DISC scale. I am in the dominant area. I'm in the influencer area. And he was more in that conscientious, wanted data, wanted facts. And so I purposely wanted a mentoring relationship with him, because he was going to hold me accountable at a different level and look at things through a different lens that wasn't how I operated currently. The other thing I would say around mentoring is you can have mentors internally within your organization. And also, how do you look at external mentors? Are there mentors within the community or the industry that you're in that would be a good mentor for you, that they aren't internal within your organization? One other thing to think about with mentors is, what skills or abilities are you seeking? Do you want to work with someone who has skills and abilities that you're working on elevating? Or do you want to work with someone that it's skills and abilities you want to add to how you operate, and they have those naturally within how they lead and how they operate within their organization now? So think about, what are those most important skills and abilities that you're wanting to raise, add, or elevate? And then the last thing I want to talk about with mentoring is natural versus unnatural mentors. And I'm going to share a story here to paint the picture. So when I was first getting into leadership, I was probably, 26 or 27. I'd moved across the country, and the gentleman I was working for had said, I'm going to have you mentor with this woman. She's a very strong, powerful, successful female, and you guys are going to be great mentor-mentee relationship. So when her and I had our first phone conversation to connect, I probably didn't go into it thinking I had a choice. He had set this up for me. I was taking it that she was in a senior level position, and I should have her be my mentor. And what I would challenge you on is, like finding a coach, fit matters. And what I mean by that is having that conversation about, what are you looking for, but what are they looking for in having a mentor-mentor relationship? Does that fit feel natural? And when we think about, we have three brains, right? We have our head brain, but we also have our heart brain and our gut brain. And so when you think of all three of those brains, does that person, does it fit? Does your head, your heart, and your gut tell you that this is a good connection? And it's okay to say, I don't know that we are a good fit for a mentoring relationship, and make sure that that time you're investing, because they're investing time, as are you, that it's a good fit on your development, and that you're getting out of it what you're seeking in that mentoring relationship. So if we move forward to sponsors is one that I would say most people have the hardest time with. And when I talk about sponsors, what I'm talking about is someone that's advocating for you. They're talking about you and what you've done within your career when you're not in the room. So think about that group of senior executives, or the CMOs, the CEOs, the CFOs talking around a room of, we have this position coming available. Who should we think about? That there's that person in the room that when you're not there, they're saying, hey, we should look at Phil. I've seen Phil's work. I've seen what he brings to the table, and we need to have that conversation about Phil for this role. So who is it within your organization, internally or externally, that is talking about you when conversations around promotions or opportunities that are coming to surface? One thing to think about with this is, how do you determine when someone is a sponsor? Sometimes you don't know. Sometimes it takes the courage to ask, are you someone that would sponsor me if a conversation around a promotion or a new opportunity comes to surface? A recent example.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm really
Yes.
sorry for interrupting, but
No
your
problem.
screen is frozen. We cannot see your PowerPoint presentation.
Oh.
It's on the first slide. I was thinking that maybe you will start switching the slides later, but I think something is not working.
Yeah, that's so
properly.
weird. My internet says that it's fine. I have not received any of the notices that says, I'm going to stop sharing and let me just try it again. Thank you for telling me that. On my side, it looks like it's going just fine. Okay. All right. Can you see it now?
Yeah, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for telling me. I would not have known if you wouldn't have spoken up. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So on sponsors, one of the things here is, how do you determine when someone is a sponsor? And what I would recommend, and what I was going to share, is I have a current client and she had a senior female leader that she wanted to ask if they would sponsor her at a conversation that she knew was upcoming. And so she said, what should I do? And as a coach, it's not my responsibility, or I should not be telling my clients what they should be doing. But I said, what do you want to do? And she said, I want to set up a meeting with her and just ask if she would be a sponsor, but it makes me a little nervous. And I said, I understand. So she set up that meeting and had the conversation with the leader and said, I don't know if you followed my career since you and I have worked together in the past. And the woman said, you know, I absolutely have followed your career. You've done some great things. And she asked the woman, would you be open to sponsor me if a conversation came up about an opportunity or a position? And the woman said, yes. This is probably one of those harder asks. The worst thing they can say is no. And that's an okay answer, right? But finding out if someone is a sponsor and what do they need to know about your career or the history of what you've done so they can bring your name up in one of those conversations is really important. Sponsoring relationships, fostering that relationship, this is less formal than a mentoring relationship. It may not be in a regular cadence of meeting monthly. This may be something where you're meeting, once a quarter or once in a while for coffee. There's a company outing where you make sure that you bump into them so that you can have a quick conversation. This is definitely a less formal relationship than you would have with a coach or a mentor. All right, I'm going to flip screens, and Dr. Evie, if you can let me know if it did move forward to coaches.
It looks great now.
Okay, great. So when you think about coaches are working with clients on where they want to go. So action for forward movement. It's looking to the future, not looking to the past. So a big differentiator between a therapist and a coach is a therapist really works on what's happened in the past and looking at how to navigate how you feel about that. Coaches are forward action. I'm a leadership coach, so I work mostly with executives and directors and VP level leaders that are on succession plans. They're working towards that next promotion. They're already doing really well, but they want to elevate those skills to that next level as they're moving forward towards that next level. Coaches meet you where you are. So our job, when I come into a coaching conversation, it's what's the most important thing that we dig into today? What is the biggest thing that you're working or that you're stuck on that we want to move forward on? Partnering for self-discovery. So as I said before, coaches are not there to tell. Coaches are not there to give advice. Coaches are there to really ask questions, listen intently, acknowledge when things are moving forward, and to give messages when maybe things are mismatching. So an example would be a client says that they really want to work on the team culture and team building within their team. However, they tell you they're golfing 2 days a week with senior colleagues. That has nothing to do with building their team culture. So that would be where you maybe would see that there's a mismatch. Coaches are a vital part of a career development. And as I said, when we opened today, I didn't ask for my company to help me with a coaching relationship, an external coach, until I was a vice president level within the company I was at. And looking back, I wish I would have asked earlier, right? That outside perspective, an external coach for me was a place that I could talk about where I was stuck, where I wanted to move to. If I, was having conversations around communication skills, imposter syndrome, how I was navigating working with maybe a difficult team member. So coaches are external, and many organizations now are hiring internal coaches that are actually part of the company culture to have an internal coach that can work with people within their organization as well. So as we work forward, this is an exercise. I won't spend much time on this, and I'm happy to share this screen. If anyone wants to do this in the future, Dr. Evie and I can work together on that if appropriate. So can you tell your story? So how quickly can you define to others who you are and where you're going and what you've done? So what core values define who you are, how you live, and how you interact with others? So this is really looking at needs and values. Do you know what your needs and values are? If you were fired today from your current role, what 3 people would you reach out to in the next 24 hours and why? How is your life integrated? So this talks about work-life balance. What creates the deepest level of motivation? What motivates you? Is it recognition? Is it financial? Is it being acknowledged publicly in front of your peers? What is the deepest level of motivation for you? What question about yourself do you struggle with the most? It could be something around imposter syndrome. It could be something about presence within an organization. It could be about how you engage with senior leaders at your company. If your teammates were at a morning stand-up without you and your name came up, what 3 words would you want them to say when describing you? So this is about what is important to you internally and what perception does your teammates have of you, and does that match your perception of what you want them to say? And finally, rate your authenticity level on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being truly authentic. If it's not a 10, what is one thing that keeps you from this rating? So when we think about taking action, this is where, if you're looking towards adding a mentor, adding a coach, adding a sponsor, maybe it's redefining the relationship you already have with a mentor or a coach. 3 things that are really important for taking action. How do you pivot, right? So you're going down a path, you realize that maybe it is no longer the path that's serving you or serving the organization or serving the strategy that you're working towards. How do you pivot? How do you ask for help? So when I talk about asking for help, I think this is one of those most important skills for individuals in organizations and in our life. How often do we ask for help? The example I give is, if I were to say to anyone on this call, so I see Curtis's name on my screen, Curtis, could you help me with something? Most individuals are not going to say, you know what, Mel, tell me what you need help with and let me get back to you. Most people want to help others be successful and help them when they need help. So how often do you ask for help? And ensuring that you don't see asking for help as a weakness. Asking for help is being vulnerable to admit that you don't know everything. No one knows everything. So how often do we ask for help? And then tell your story. This one I have as a bigger cog, because how do you tell your story? How often do you tell people what motivates you, where you've gotten to where you're going? Where do you want to go, right? So really having a clear line in the sand or a clear picture for yourself of where you want to go and telling people that you want it. One thing that I find with many clients is that they know they want a promotion. They know they have the skills and abilities to do it. But when they're in a room of key decision makers and important people within the organization that have power to actually help move that person to another role, they're not necessarily saying, while I'm really happy in the current role I have, I'm very excited for moving up within the organization and possibly looking at the VP of finance or the VP of marketing, whatever that may be. So how often are you telling your story to make sure that people around you and the people that can help you get there know that you want that? So one of the things before we get into some good sample questions that you could use while you're looking for mentors, coaches, and sponsors is paying it forward. So this is one of those things that regardless of where you are within your organization and what level that you hold, we all have capabilities of leadership, and I would say responsibilities to show leadership, whether you are an individual contributor or a leader of people, right? Whatever level that is within the organization. How do we pay that forward? So for me, one of the things that I really focus on is give, ask, receive. And what I mean by that is if I give first, ask in later and receive some feedback, I also correlate it to a piggy bank, right? So if I'm giving and helping others and paying it forward and putting what I would say money or nickels in the piggy bank, at some point I have money in the bank that I can take a withdrawal. If you do this backwards, right, where you're asking, and you don't have any sort of bank account, for example, that has money in there, you end up with a negative balance. And so that doesn't work so well. So give, ask, receive is a big one for me. The other one to think about is, when are you ready to be a mentor or a sponsor? And I think at any point in your career, you probably have someone who is looking up to what you do and what you've done. And so mentoring is all about sharing what you've done, helping others avoid obstacles or difficult situations that you maybe have already done. So thinking about when you can mentor, it could be any time in your career that you help raise someone up within the organization or help them understand things that you've already done. And sponsorship, it depends on when you get into that position where people within your organization are asking, who should we be looking at for future roles or other roles that are coming available? Share your experiences. I think that's always a great way to pay it forward, is share what you've done, how you've done it. While I was listening to the gal earlier talking about resumes, sharing your experience. She talked about what are the things you've done, how have you done it, and that there's metrics assigned to it. That helps other people see a path or different ways that they can look at doing it, and help lends to help, right? So helping one another, I think it's one of those things when people help me, I feel like it fills up my karma meter, right? And I help others, and I just think help lends to additional help happening. So that is really important for me. So one of the things that I put together that I think is really important is, what are some questions to begin a mentor, sponsor, or coaching relationship? And so I'll go through these, and obviously open to answer questions as we get to that point as well. So for a mentor, what has driven you to be a mentor? Knowing what has been something that, why do they want to do it, and how does it help fulfill them as well? How has mentoring impacted their career? So when you think about having a mentor, I want to work with mentors who have been mentored. I want to work with coaches who have coaches. I want to know that that's something important to them. Who has been their best mentor? What's the story about who has helped them the most along their career path? What are the biggest lessons you've learned thus far? So sharing some of their lessons learned. And what is the best way for me to communicate with you for meetings, questions, etc.? So what is their preference on cadence of meetings? Do they want you to call them, text them, shoot them an email? What is the best way to communicate? For sponsors, would you be open to sponsoring me in promotion discussions? Super important. If they're not open to that, you know the answer to that. What does sponsorship of an employee mean to you? So from their vantage point, what do they see that to mean? How are they involved with you? How do they bring up your name at meetings? How has sponsorship impacted their career? So who has been a sponsor in their career as they've moved up the corporate ladder? What is the best way for me to share my progress, project involvement, et cetera, with you? So how often do they want to hear updates of what you're involved in, wins, recognition that you've received, et cetera? And when is ideal for us to connect throughout the year? So again, unlike mentoring relationships that generally has a very consistent meeting, whether it's monthly or quarterly, sponsorship, when do you want to connect throughout the year? And then lastly, for coaching, what is your area of focus for coaching? So do they have a niche that they like to stay within? Are they a life coach? Are they a leadership coach? Are they executive coach? Are they a spiritual coach? What does that look like? What impact have coaches had on you? So knowing that they've been involved in coaching engagements themselves. How do you determine fit for you and your clients? So for me, I have a 30-minute just free introductory call that I want to meet with all potential clients to make sure that we are on the same page about what are they looking for? What am I looking for? Do I have that head, heart, gut feeling that this is a good match for us to work together? Fit is so important when you're working with a coach, that you have that trusted and bonded relationship as you're working forward, as you're moving and navigating through difficult situations. What's important for you to know about me and me to know about you? And what frequency would we be meeting? And what are your fees? So discussing those questions up front, how do they take payment? What do payments look like? And one thing I would challenge for everyone on the call is, as a coach, we all have coaching agreements and contracts that we work with our clients. However, I've had clients that I've really wanted to coach with, and I'll share with them my fees, and they say, Mel, that's not something that's in my budget, or my company isn't willing to sponsor it at that level. And I will say back to them, what would be appropriate for you? And as a coach, as my own business owner, I get the choice to do that. So if the fees are outside of your range, but it is someone that you feel is a really good fit, tell them, maybe I can't afford that price, but I could afford this, and leave them at choice to decide whether they're willing to continue to work with you in that engagement. So I think that's really important. Okay, so I'm going to put my contact information up, and the next slide I have is really about Q&A. So Dr. Evie, I wanted to see, I'll check on the chat box too, if there any questions that anyone has that you'd like me to answer, and I can actually
there are no questions at the moment, but thank you very much, because it has been very informative, and many people don't have clear the definition of a coach, of a sponsor, of a mentor. So you really clarified this for us, and it's very interesting. So thank you very much for this. It has been very, very helpful.
Wonderful. Well, it was a pleasure to be here. Thank you for all your hard work to put this together. 3 days and getting a vast variety of speakers to participate is wonderful. I appreciate you asking. I did throw my email address in the chat box if anyone wants to reach out via email. and happy to answer any additional questions if they come up.
Thank you very much. And, you know, if there weren't people like you and all the other speakers, this would have never taken place. So thank you very much for supporting the cause.
Thank you for having me. Absolutely.
Have a great rest of the day.
You too.
So at this point, I'd like to welcome our next speaker, the last speaker for today, Jason Weiss, who is also from the United States, an uncommon attorney who's dedicated to helping others find their way and passion while having fun and achieving a life and work balance. If he's not on the phone, you can find him cheering from the sidelines at lacrosse games, driving fun cars, enjoying caviar, roasting coffee, and growing goodies in his garden. And he will talk to us about how to get unstuck and become happy at work. So Jason, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. The stage is yours.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be here. I mean, it's truly a pleasure, and I appreciate everything you've done. And I've been watching as much as I can. So you're knocking it out of the park, Dr. Evie. You're doing great.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's see if technology won't get the better of me. I want to share my screen, and I will admit to everybody that's on here that I am not as into the PowerPoints and doing everything, but I have a one-pager. So my name is Jason Weiss. I am an attorney by training and by trade, and I need to put a disclaimer out there that nothing I am saying in here should be construed as legal advice. It's not legal advice. I have not been retained as an attorney, and please, nothing in here is legal, and don't rely upon anything as legal advice. We do not have an attorney-client privilege established by me speaking here, and I just want to put that out there so I don't get any complaints from anybody saying that, hey, you know, I listened to what you said and, you know, blah, blah, blah. So again, not legal advice, not here as an attorney, here as a coach. And what I'm focusing on is getting unstuck yourself. So what does that mean? That means that, you know, don't be stuck. Don't do something that you don't enjoy. You know, go ahead and truly just find your passion and go with it, because, you know, we hear the expression all of the time that, you know, when you do what you love, you're never really working. I truly believe that when you do what you love, you are never working. You are just going ahead and you're doing something that you are passionate about. And that is huge. And, you know, it took me, sadly, about 18 years of practicing law to really figure out that, you know, what I had been doing as a lawyer, I really just didn't enjoy. I loved certain aspects of it. I loved helping. I loved problem solving. I loved thinking on my feet. But the day-to-day practice of the law was just something that I really did not have a passion for anymore. So I started to go ahead and begin my coaching journey. And I've tried a couple of different things. And, you know, this is really where I landed. And this is where I feel that I can do the most good for others as well as myself. You know, you can learn from the things that I have encountered over the handful of years, more handful, but two handfuls and 2 feetfuls of years that I've been practicing law. And the number one thing is that you are not alone. You can be happy and you can make a change. Any attorney that will go ahead and will tell you that, you know, I love what I do, it's the best thing in the world, it's I wish I could do more of it, I wish I could, you know, be in a courtroom more, I wish I could have, most of the time they are not being 100% accurate, and I don't want to call them liars, but, you know, no accuracy. Nobody loves what they do all of the time. And to open up and to be honest about that was just such a phenomenal, realization for myself that, when I started telling people that, I wasn't happy as a lawyer anymore, and I really didn't want to do it, and I wanted to find out, more about, what I can do with a law degree. It was amazing how many people actually reached out to me privately and said, Jason, like, how courageous is that? Oh my God, that's so great. I've only been doing this 10 years or 15 years, and I feel your pain. I feel what you're done and what you're doing. And I appreciate that. And again, that's my third point on here. Be proud that you're ready to make the change. I mean, it took me 18 years to figure out that I was ready to make a change. So then the question became, what do you do? How do you change? How do you transition? So, and keeping in mind that it's not too late to make the change, I don't think you can just throw your hands up in the air and say, I'm done. I'm no longer practicing law, or I'm no longer, being the CEO of a company, or I'm no longer, doing whatever it is. I'm done and my hands are clean and I walk away. No, you can't do that, but you can go ahead and figure out a way to do that. For example, for me, I would have to close my law firm completely. I have rules and regulations that I have to follow by the Washington, D.C. bar and the Florida bar. I would have to let clients know. I would have to do things in an organized and systemized fashion. I couldn't just walk away from the practice of law tomorrow. But the biggest and hardest thing was just admitting to myself and then to others that I was ready to make that change. So one of the things that I had to consider for myself is what's called my monthly must. That's my own thing. Monthly musts, things that you must do. For example, I must pick up my son from lacrosse 2 days a week. I must pick up my daughter from dance 1 day a week. I must go ahead and be able to afford my mortgage, my car, tuition for school, things like that. Do I need a brand new, Hugo Boss or, some other type of designer shirt or suit or something like that? Absolutely not. So, pardon me, I need. So, is that a monthly must for me? Absolutely not. Is that something that I could, give up on if I needed to and make the sacrifice so that, if I was making a little bit less money, that it would be okay and my family could still survive? Absolutely. So it's never too late to a change. And you have to just define what your monthly musts are. And again, that is where the things that you need, you can't live without. When I did my own self-discovery on that, it allowed me to cut out things that I didn't even know I was paying for. I had an additional phone line in my house. Now, granted, it only ran me $20 a month, but $20 a month. I mean, that's great. And when I called to drop that phone line, I actually got a better rate on all of my services. So a quick $20 savings on a month, which is $240 a year, turned into that I actually wound up saving close to $1,000 a year on various different services that were being offered at my house. $1,000 a year means I can make $1,000 less what I'm doing, and I can chase my passion in doing it. I could, put the $1,000 into my coaching business. I could go ahead and save it for, my kids' tuition. So there were so many things that I didn't even think about. So those are the monthly musts. Then the next thing I did was, it was called my brain dump. And the very powerful Melissa, who spoke just before me, she talked about something that was great, and I give her props and kudos, and I'm not going to steal this from her. It was on my thing to begin with, but I have a coach, and my coach sat and chatted with me and gave me tasks to do. Write it down, daily must list. This is all what it is. So I've heard it from so many people, my chiropractor, my coach, a friend of mine. We have everything that's in our brain. Everything is here. When we lay down in bed at night, hopefully we can close our eyes and we can pass right out. I can, okay? Why can I do that? Well, I do a brain dump. And what does a brain dump consist of? Everything that's floating around in my head, I write it down. And I'm actually going to go ahead and I am practicing what I am preaching. I'm going to keep it far because it's my list and I don't want to share it, and there's some confidential stuff having to do with clients, but this is my list. And that list is everything that's floating around in my head over the course of the day. Oh my God, I got to do this. Oh my God, I got to do that. I got to do this. I can't forget to do this. I put it all down on various different pieces of paper. I mean, this was from yesterday. This was from the day before. I put it all in. Then what I do is I come up with my brain dump, and I do it every evening. Everything that's been on my mind, everything that's been on a list, everything I want to come off my brain, I put it here, okay? And then I go through it. And as I accomplish things, I do it. Now I also, and this I will give credit to my coach, thank you, Judy, I also have my daily must list. What is that? That are the things that I can't not do. So showing up today at 12 p.m. My time here in the United States in Florida was a must. I committed to this. It was something I wanted to do. I'm excited to do. I'm honored to do, but that's on my daily must list. And your daily must could be brush your teeth. It could be turn your ringer on your phone when you wake up in the morning. Or it could be something as I must, go ahead and attend a hearing. That was on my my to-do list today as well. Attend a hearing, attend this, pick my daughter up from dance at 8 o'clock at night. That is my daily must. I can't get out of that. I must do it. And I'm going to go ahead and just write it down. It's got to be written down on my, on my list. And I check that list, and I will not allow myself to go to sleep at night until my daily must list has been completed. And part of that is my brain dump. And again, I just find that the nights that I do it, for me, it just clears my head, and I don't have to take anything to help me sleep. I don't have to drink a glass of wine anymore to sleep. I'm out. It clears my head. And I'll admit, I wasn't really a believer in it until I started. And now that I've started it, I do it every night. And it's matter of fact. And it has helped me so much. I do my brain dump every evening, and I do my daily must list every morning. And it helps me stay on track. And this helps me get unstuck. Now, this is all going back to how you can unstuck yourself, how you can find stuff. Because once you have your monthly must, your daily must, and your brain dump, hopefully, like myself, you can say, wow, I'm only using 8 hours of the day, 9 hours of the day, 10 hours of the day, 12 hours of the day, whatever it is. I've now got all this extra time that I was, putzing around or losing, or, constantly running around saying, I don't have enough time to do this. I can't get to it. Oh my God, I'm so overwhelmed. When you start planning this and start getting into your daily, your monthly, and your brain dumps, you will find how much time is available. I mean, I can sit and start reading books and doing self-study for 30 minutes a day now. Never 2 years ago would I have thought of doing that? I get on a Zoom conference once or twice a day with various different potential clients, with various different marketing agencies, with things that interest me, taking a class, going ahead and just learning new stuff. This has all allowed me to transition out of something I've been doing for 21 years and unstucking, that's my own word, unstucking myself. And again, you are not alone in wanting to find that happiness. And happiness is also passion. You know, you can be passionate about what you're doing and hopefully start making a living doing it. One of the things that I loved doing is roasting coffee. I was growing coffee in my backyard, which was awesome. And then I got into roasting it due to a friend. And now I go ahead, I roast my own coffee. I wish we could have smell on here because everybody would be so happy. And I roast my coffee. And what do? I now, as part of Ask Jason Weiss, do virtual coffees. And if I can, if it's somebody who's local or somebody who's, here in the United States, when we book a virtual coffee, I send them this. And that's part of my passion. So it allows me to help people do something I'm passionate about, and also just something unique, which is another thing. It allows my brain to get going. So how did I get to this? I got to this by letting people know. I stopped keeping it inside my head. I stopped being like, oh my God, what happens if I tell people I don't want to be a lawyer anymore? Are they going to go ahead and not respect me? Or, oh my God, I spent close to $100,000 to go to law school. What am I going to do? Oh my God, how am I going to make money? What's my mom going to say? What's my wife going to say? What are my kids going to say? What are my best friends going to say? And believe it or not, they all said, Jason, it's so sad that it took you, 15 to 18 years to figure it out that you really didn't want to be a lawyer to begin with. I never did. I didn't want to practice law. I didn't want to go to a courtroom. I hate confrontation. I don't like to fight. What do I like to do? I like to solve puzzles, not sitting and doing jigsaw puzzles, because other than the frame, I don't enjoy them. And I love the frame because that's my personality and I love the structure and staying inside. But I do word jumbles, I do word searches, I do crossword puzzles, I play games on my phones. I love to solve problems. Give me a problem, allow me to go ahead and digest it and think about it, and then allow me to help you find a solution. As a coach, and what Melissa just said a little while ago, she was 100% on point. As coaches, we will not solve your problems. We're going to help you identify your problems. We're going to help you think about your problems, and we're going to help you try to work through your problems. And they might not even be problems. They might just be issues. They might be concerns. It might just be thoughts. It might be, we're not here to solve them. We're here to challenge you to solve them. We are here as a sounding board. We are not the magic 8-ball, and you're going to shake and we're going to give you the answer, because you're the only person that can make your own answers. We don't make them for you. So again, back to what I started with, when I started letting people know my plans, it was like a whole new world. It was amazing. People were saying to me, oh my God, I would love to introduce you to A, B, and C, and person, and Mary, and Steve, and Jake, and Jane, and everybody wanted to help. So then the question was, well, Jason, what do you want to do? And it took me 2 years to finally figure out what it is I wanted to do, as opposed to what I didn't want to do. If you asked me 3 years ago, and even before COVID started, hey, Jason, what do you want to do? I don't know, but I know I don't want to practice law. Okay. That's all I was able to do. Now I can tell you, I want to coach people. I want to help people. I want to get people unstuck. I love being a mentor, and Melissa talked about mentorship. I want to, one of the things that I have been speaking to a couple of law firms about is running a mentorship program for the law firm. Another thing that I'm very excited about is potentially doing in-house legal work for a coaching company. Doing in-house legal work for a couple of my clients now, because it's bettering the company. It's sitting there. It's doing things that I'm passionate about. It's helping people. I love that. I've got my passion. I've got my energy back. And I am just so excited to do it. And this was all when I was able to leave the day-to-day grind of the law. Now, don't get me wrong. I love the business of law. I love doing that kind of stuff, but not so much the practice. And just by letting people know what my thoughts were and talking more and more, and no longer just feeling like, oh my God, I'm embarrassed, or I can't do this. I spent all this time. What are my clients going to say? Just let it go. It's not like I'm saying something that's so far out there, like, oh, I'm going to stop practicing law and I'm going to go play Major League Baseball because I played in high school, or I'm going to stop practicing law because I go out and throw a lacrosse ball with my son in the backyard and now I'm going to be a lacrosse player. Okay, that's not really realistic. But what is realistic? To find your passion and to go for it. And I'm not saying just shuck your responsibilities, stop paying your mortgage, stop paying your credit cards, walk out on your family. No, I'm saying the opposite. Take care of your responsibilities. Take care of your monthly musts. And then do what you need to do for yourself. And don't fall into a pitfall like I did. I used to work all day long. Start at 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:30 in the morning, work till 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. I don't take lunch. I don't do any of that. I'd work through the entire day. I'd go home. I'd have dinner with my family. We'd all catch up. We'd do whatever. And then I would start working on me at 9 p.m. at night, 10 p.m. at night. And by then I'm exhausted. And the best me wasn't showing up for things for me. So what I decided to do is treat myself just like I would any important client, which is any client I have. If you have a client and they shoot you an email, a DM, a text, a phone call, if you can answer the phone, you will. But normally how I've transitioned my practices is now everybody gets a time. If a client calls, sorry, I can't talk right now. How does 2 o'clock look? Sorry, I can't talk like now. What's tomorrow look like? Hey, I saw I missed your call. I'm booking times for tomorrow. So guess what? I treat myself the exact same way. And what I will do is, just for example, I did it this morning. I booked a 2-hour block of time for me on Monday from 2 to 4 o'clock. That is my time. What am I doing? I have 2 outreach calls for Ask Jason Weiss. I have a bio that I want to clean up for myself. And I am working on 1 or 2 other things having to do with my programs and coaching. Okay, so I'm taking 2 hours out of my day, just like I would treat any other client. I'm giving myself the same respect that I give all of my clients, who I jump through hoops to take care of. And that's what I love doing. But at the same time, I've got to treat myself the same way. And I'm letting my clients know my plans. I'm letting my friends know. I'm letting everyone know, because you never know who's going to do a quick introduction. Hey, this person or that person. Now, I'm not saying go into your boss if you're working and say to your boss, hey, I'm not happy and I'm going to leave. And I'm not saying do that. Not until you're 100% ready. And you can say, look, this is just not working for me. I'm exploring other opportunities. And you would have to play that by ear, because, you could go into your favorite boss or the best person or the best company you've ever worked for. And you could say, look, I'm not terribly happy. I'm thinking about other things, and they could say, well, you're not a team player, you're fired. I'm not advising doing that. I'm advising, your own situation. Figure out your monthly musts, figure out your daily musts, write down all of the things that are keeping you up at night in your head, come up with a time frame to get it done. Plan. When I was in law school, my partner and I, we won a moot court competition. And one of the things that we won it by was we had what we call PPP, which is not the PPP loan, which was so prevalent here in the United States and thankfully got many of us through COVID, but it was plan, prepare, and perform. And I have to give my wife credit for that. She came up with that while we were preparing and planning for trial, and she acted as one of the witnesses. She came up with that plan, prepare, perform. And we carried that through our entire trial. And let me tell you, it was great. And the judges told us at the end, they loved that we kept sticking to the plan, prepare, perform. So I believe in that. You should go ahead and plan. How are you planning your exit strategy? Is it a day? Is it a week? Is it a month? Is it a year? Is it 5 years? You plan it. Then you prepare yourself for it. Prepare. Okay, I'm going to start taking $1,000 a month and putting it into a savings account so that I can use that money in case my business goes down or my coaching doesn't pick up the way that it should, or I have to pay my own health insurance. So there's your plan and your prepare. Perform, pull the trigger, do it. All right, I've got everything. I am ready. But wait, it's not the perfect time. Oh my God, what do I do? And that's my stop chasing unicorns. Okay, what is a unicorn? It's a mythical creature that has a horn that we all talk about in movies. We talk about, okay, is there really a unicorn? Probably not. But we all chase them. We're all looking for the perfect time. I can't do it now because I didn't do it yesterday because I'm guilty of this, guiltier than most people. I'm always, I didn't do my logo for my company because I got called away for a court hearing. I didn't make that phone call with the marketing company because I had to take care of something at home. I'm always making justifications as to why I didn't do things. So I stopped, and I stopped chasing unicorns. And what I've done is I've eliminated the word perfect from my vocabulary. I do not use that. And when I do, I catch myself. Now, as a lawyer, I used to teach a law school class, and we would talk about the word perfect, that a ski lodge advertised its ski slopes as the perfect skiing environment. Well, guess what? Somebody went ahead and was going downhill, and it was a tree or a bush or a little divot. The person fell and broke their leg, and they sued. And they sued because they said that that was not perfect. They got hurt. And the word perfect, there's no such thing. Your definition of perfect, my definition of perfect, Dr. Evie's definition of perfect, Melissa, who was just on, her definition of perfect, we all could come up with something. A perfect day, for example, for me would be waking up at 9 o'clock in the morning, having a cinnamon roll with an energy drink and having no calories in the cinnamon roll. And actually it helps me lose 2 pounds throughout the course of the day. Eating pepperoni pizza to me, that would be perfect. Dr. Evie could say, I don't like pepperoni pizza. I don't like energy drinks. To me, that's not perfect. So eliminate the word perfect from your vocabulary. There is never a perfect time. There is never a perfect fit. You will always come up with an excuse. Stop. And I'm talking to myself. Stop the excuse and just start doing it, and get out of your own way and live in the moment. That was told to me and I'm doing it instead of sitting there and enjoying a sporting event or a concert or a movie and thinking to myself, oh, when this is over, I got to enjoy it. This movie is great. This popcorn is great. This soda is great. It is so good. Don't think about the fact that it's almost done, or at the end of the movie, you know, you got to get up and go to work. Enjoy that time. So I've babbled on for like 30 minutes right now. And I know when I teach, because I do teach business law at a couple of universities down here in South Florida, my students, they're always so kind to me, and they're always like, no, we like when you go on and on, it's great and all this. So I will open it up to any questions if anybody had. I saw in the chat room that there was one comment just thanking me, and I appreciate that. If there are any comments, I would be happy to answer them. If there are no comments, I could keep talking and talking, but I don't think Dr. Evie wants that, because she runs a very tight ship, and I want to go ahead and respect that. So I'm at my 30 minutes, and I promised Dr. Evie I would come in at 30 on the nose.
Thank you very much, Jason, for this presentation. It has been very positive, very heartwarming. And I've got to say that I spent many years of my life living in the future or in the past, and there is absolutely nothing worse that one can do to themselves. Either because if you are stuck to the past, you victimize yourself. And if you think of the future all the time, which we cannot predict anyway, I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Can I tell you, Dr. Evie, that there are so many times, even as recent as yesterday, that, oh my God, what if the judge rules this way? What if a client says this? What if that? And how often does that really happen? And I sit there and I lose minutes and hours and days just thinking about, oh my God, if this happens, if that happens, okay, I'll deal with it when it happens. And I'm not saying don't prepare for it. You know, all right, if the judge rules in that way, I'm going to file an appeal and I'm going to get it done. Great. All right, let's seal that book and move on. Not this is the arguments I'll make. This is no. Close the book, put it on the shelf right behind me, and let it be. And then just go on with, all right, what's next? And I've finally, 45 years on this planet, 21 years in as an attorney, it finally sunk in. Finally.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, that it doesn't matter when it sinks in. What matters is to find it.
Yep, and I have found it, and I appreciate everybody's help in getting there.
Great, thank you very much for your time today. This was the last presentation for today, for our career coaching day. I would like to thank once again all the speakers from all the different countries who have shared so many tips, so many tools, so much new information. So I'd like to thank everyone. I would also like to thank again Alexandra and Theodora, who have been supporting this with their digital marketing efforts. Tomorrow is our third and last day for self-development and mental health. So I'm looking forward to meeting you there tomorrow. And have a great rest of the day in the United States and here in from this side, because now it's almost 8 p.m. here in Greece. Have a great rest, everyone. Thank you very much.